Hey, hey, hey! Welcome to Jason is a Social Scientist! By-Mouth Daily. Pill number 837. Dang it to heck. So. Are you here to light my fire? Come on, baby. Light my fire. Set phasers to flaming. Go, gadget. Fire! All right. And then, go, gadget mini fireplace. Fireside chat squared. Dang it. So some of you might be wondering what this show is about. People often wonder what this show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication, live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 837 pills, 837 shows, the number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me their most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell. Boy do she knell. Hell, heck, this show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas, and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record, and cylinders played in the 19th century, Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood, containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of this show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harness the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble at a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber. The show now takes place in an echo chamber. Created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes, and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Castaway, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I Am What I Am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab. Let's see what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me. Chill me. Fill me. Creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button. A corny ear of Dumbo. A college try of I Spy. A couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross. A spoonful of Mary Poppins and the full Monty Python. Finally lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. And wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first on the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sempstresses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now, and it's 1969. Free love. Woo! Hello, everyone. Welcome to Jason as a Social Scientist. I know I saw Mallory Bay first. I love Mallory Bay. I love you all. Dang it to heck. Sally Ann Johnson, Jody Mays Sanders. I saw Nelson. He asked me what the show is about. Stillwell. Dang it, I love you all. I like to get the premise out right away before I start doing greetings, and that way, if anybody rewatches the show, in case anybody watches a rerun, they know right away. They can get a sense of what the show is right in the beginning. Oh, but I love you all. Castleman Cody. Yes, let's get you a shout out. Beto. Castleman Cody, we love you. Castleman Cody, we love you. Hey, Marcy, thank you. And hello, Nina. Hello. I left the show set up, so there's no construction needed. Dang it. Kinda fiddled with the show before it started to try to get everything lined up a little bit better. Like this the Velvet Underground cover here that was blocked by the donut before, by Jesus something, I forget what it was blocked by. And what else did I mess around with? Kia ora, Clint, hello. Right back at you. So what time for communion? I'm surviving, Nathan. Thanks for asking. That sounds like a good time. A redo of Woodstock. Professional, eh? It's about time. Good evening, Jeff. How are you, Colin? I'm doing all right. Hey, Sandy. I'm so happy to see everyone. Oh, before we do a dab, how about we do some new words of the day? Before we send out a cloud of comfort. Emit a cloud of comfort. Let's pick out some new words of the day. Dang it. All right, the first new word of the day is... I love you too, Sandy. Thank you. Positive. As in HIV positive. That was my trigger word for a long... Right after I was diagnosed, I hated that word. Because people use it, especially when I was still working on the psych unit. You know, people in mental health use the word positive all the time. People, and people like, too, to people stay positive. I'm like, well, I don't have any fucking choice. Thanks a lot. Right, positive. Hey, Vanessa, hello. I did know that, Joshua. I did know that. I think in the 90s there was like a 20-year hiatus, but just this year last year they restarted, because it used to be 75 years before copyright expired, or 70 years, something like that, and they added 20 years, and so that effectively added 20 years before anything new was added to the public library. But now, lots of things. Every night, Vanessa, every night. This is the 837th night in a row. Not including the times that I was in the hospital. Somebody was worried about me one episode because I was talking about suicide. I wasn't threatening suicide, but I just was having suicidal thoughts, and people are worried. Like, somebody was worried enough that they called, and I had to go. They made me go into the hospital. That was the day before my birthday. 2 years ago. Yeah, I made a commitment during the first pill. I committed to every time I take my HIV medication, I'll take it live until I don't need to take it anymore. Smoking Purple Arrow Hybrid. I don't know who said that, but cool person. That's cool. I was gonna say man, but I don't know. I can't read the name, so. All right, time for communion. Now, I worked for 12 years on an inpatient psychiatric unit as a registered nurse, board certified in psychiatry. But then I've also had 5 of my own psychiatric admissions, like Hair Club for Men. I'm a mental health professional, but I'm also a client. Yeah, I have to go get the nectar collector. I'll be right back. I watched Back to School tonight with Rodney Dangerfield. I was listening to public radio yesterday, and they were talking about all the different movies made in Madison or filmed in Madison, and they said that that was the best one as far as the best view of Madison. They're right. There's just so many views of 1980s Madison, which with Bascom Hill and the Union Terrace and the Red Gym and hey, Peter Haysig, let's do a dab, and then I'll give you a shout out. It's the sampling demo on the Casio LK175 keyboard. Is it Haysig? I'm going to make sure I get it right. Peter Haysig? Hey, Joanna. Surviving Castleman Cody. Peter Haysig, we love you! Peter Haysig, we love you! Welcome, Peter Haysig, and everything else, and everyone else to Jason is a social scientist by Mouth Daily. Pill number 837. So, some of you might be wondering what the show is about. Lindsay's not, she's just here for the music. But some of you might be wondering what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I've been taking my HIV medication, live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. Maybe you should try it. Dang it. Then you might, I don't know. In front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 837 pills, 837 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me their most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around about the show. And about the show. Ding dong bell. Boy, does she now. Hell. I mean, heck. This show has it all. We got lots of toys. That's right, Susan. This show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment. With Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on the 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood, containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warped nacelles, creating a static warp bubble, and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Oh, that's cool, Sandy. That's cool. Thanks for interacting with me on there. I don't have much of an audience there. Let's see where we're at. Where was I? Somebody help me. Help me out. Where was I? Dang it to heck. That's part of the problem, I think. Dang it to heck. Nobody knows. Nobody knows where I left off. You're not helping, Castle and Cody. An ounce of Oz, thank you, an ounce of Oz. A couple of raw strokes of, well, no, an ounce of Oz. A couple of Creep Show and Castaway. An ounce of Oz, a couple of Creep Show. An ounce of Oz. A couple of Creep Show and Castaway. A quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show. And a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse. A pinch of Peter Pan. A pound of Popeye. I am what I am. A whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. That's a good question, Liam. I think so. Ha ha. Come up to the lab. Hey, Genesis. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with Antissa.
Peter, hey, we love you.
Patient. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me. Chill me. Full. Bill me. Creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button. A corny ear of Dumbo. A college try of I Spy. A couple raw strokes of Bob Ross. A spoonful of Mary Poppins in the full. Monty Python. Finally lump in Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives the first. On the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sumptuouses working the sweatshop. The Twin Towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV Pigs will fly, disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. Woo! How do you smoke a diamond? I don't know. High temperatures? I don't know.
Peter, AJ, we love you.
I don't know. Hey, Rhonda, hello. The ceiling. Laura Brandel. On point with the stallion. All night long because I'm a stallion. Dang it. Mama G, hello. I got new shoes. Do you guys want to see my new shoes? Pretty killer, right? 990 version 4. I got women's shoes, but I sized them for me, right? So I got a size 12 in women's, which is equivalent to a 10 in men's. I really probably would go with a 10.5. And 2E, right? I got women's I got size 12 women, 2E or extra wide in women's. It's just wide in men's. I'd probably get a 4E, but they didn't have that available. If a 4E, a 10 4E in men's. So this is like a 12 2E. I barely put them on yet. But I've been wearing these 990s, a version of these 990s since I was 23 years old. I'm 40 now. And every pair of shoe I bought from has been a version of these shoes. And it's because they come in different widths. I wore Nikes when I was, my mommy always bought me Nikes. After I got picked on in junior high because I had holes in my shoe. I'm like, I need Air Jordans. But Nikes only come in one width, which is crazy. And so I was wearing ill-fitting shoes my whole life until I tried these shoes, and they actually fit my feet. And it was like walking on clouds. So these just came today. I ordered a size 13 in women's, which is a size 11, because I normally would go for 10.5. So I ordered first a 13, which it just seemed way too big. And so then I ordered a 12. They don't have a 12.5 women's, which is weird. They have 5, 5.5. They have 5, and they have half sizes all the way up to 12. And then they skip 12.5 and go right to 13. Well, as long as you have the right width feet, Nikes are great. Or unless you're like that basketball player that his Nikes just blew out on him and he got injured. I love you too, Carla. I just love the pink. I never had pink in my. It's always been the standard gray. These are called gray with pink zing. Pink zing. Kind of wish the laces were pink. I wish this was pink. I ordered from Amazon. Hey, Suzanne. I've never had a pair of the version 99. These are the 990 version 4. I had 993s. I had 990 version 3, a custom pair that was like red, white, and blue. Got that like, I don't know, to match my walls. It's W990GP4. W990GP4. W for women's, 990 for the shoe number, GP for gray pink, and 4 for version 4. Thanks, Carla. Have a wide stance like Larry Craig. Thanks, Suzanne. I'm thinking about replacing the laces with pink laces. Thanks, Laura. Thank you. I'm really happy with these shoes. Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you. Yeah, I'd recommend anybody double checking their width on their shoe size, and if they have wide feet, to think about ordering a pair of New Balance 990s though. Like, I made the mistake after I got my first pair of 990s. I'm like, oh, all New Balances are going to be so comfortable, and so I needed a pair of white shoes, and I got a pair of white New Balance, and it felt like I was wearing lead weights on my feet. My feet were so sore after a shift at the nursing home. That was before I was a nurse. I was still working as a nursing assistant. Hey, Vincent Van Gogh. The ceiling. I always like to say the ceiling's up. PPP. If you're down with P. If you're friends with P, then you're friends with me. I really like the Rentals. I like that song a lot. See, Nikes, I can't wear Nikes. It feels like my feet are in a vice. I would like to try those electric laces, though. I'm gonna Scotch guard these. Maybe I'll do that on the show here. You need to get the 990s. It's the best shoe ever made, I swear. It really is. Like, the other shoes are kind of... Well, if you go up into anything above 990 in their 1000 series, any shoe that's really expensive, really, New Balance. Like, their cheap shoes aren't very good, but their expensive shoes are... They're made in the USA ones. They're really good. I'm doing alright. I didn't see who said that, though. I didn't see Bohemian Rhapsody. I didn't see it. Anybody who wears them, people really get obsessed about this shoe. I'm not the only one. It's a really amazing shoe. Maybe I'll check it out. I'll check it out, maybe. Bohemian Rhapsody. That seems contradictory to me, though. Very selective and made for the masses. I'd be willing to try another shoe as long as it came in different widths. It's hard to find shoes that come in multiple widths. No way, Nikki. What's in the box? Oh, that'll be fun. It's been since Pill 800 since I've had a box, so that's awesome. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Oh, that's right. Bohemian Rhapsody is Freddie Mercury, right? That's his name, right? I heard there wasn't any gay sex. That's some news channel said there wasn't enough gay in it. Oh, that's exciting. No, it was clueless for a second. It does kill a lot of fun. Yeah, that's made for the masses then, for sure, right? They work hard to keep that R rating, or to keep away from an R rating. Oh, I opened on the show. I'll open on the show. Oh, that sounds fun. Is it a fleshlight? I've never had one of those. If I were to get a fleshlight, it'd be one of those, the fleshlight crystal, like Crystal Pepsi, but... Does it, Carla? Is that a new model? I'm just kidding. I gotta conserve, Jeff. Maybe we'll read a story pretty soon. I might share the show a couple more times. Love you too, Suzanne.
Peter, hey, we love you.
Just texting my wife here for a second. Alright, now I'm going to share the show.
Peter, hey, we love you. Peter, hey, we love you.
Can't see that emoji. Which story did you love?
Peter, hey, Dave.
Tonight we're gonna read Rainy Season. Last night's story was zombies. It was called Home Delivery. This worm, like alien worm meteor, that was like in orbit around the planet. It was bringing the dead to life. Tonight we read Rainy Season by Stephen King. Oh yeah, did you hear the end, Eric? We read that. We read the end. Rock and Roll Heaven. You want me to tell you the end? What happened? They had hell of a band, I think, or they have a hell of a band is what the name of the story was.
Peter, hey, Dave. We love you.
So they got into rock and roll heaven, right? Or eventually they came out of the woods and found a paved road, and they and she was creeped out, and he's like no, it'll be fine, let's go check it out. And they go into the diner, and Janis Joplin is in there, and I forget, but like Otis Redding, and ends up like all like these dead musicians are there, and they try like the waitress that was serving them. She also ended up, she had been trapped there too, and it's like anybody who gets there gets trapped there, and she's like wrote a note, get out while you still can, and they tried to make a break for it, but Elvis Presley drove a bus in front of their car and stopped them, and they found the waitress in the town square, in the audience, like, and she had 2 fingers cut off, right, and like everybody had to stay there, and yeah, the cherry pie, right? The cherry pie. Oh, you saw you heard it all then, and then they had to. The waitress said when they really get going, she think time works differently there, and they play for a year, just one concert, and so like it's sort of like rock and roll hell, right? Like they have to listen to a year-long concert with. I guess some people would be all right. Wouldn't mind it so bad. If there were drugs, she said there were drugs too. I could live with it. That's the worst place. There'd be some worse eternities, maybe. Hopefully there's psychedelics. They didn't say that. It sounded like there's pain medications for sure.
Peter, hey, Dave. We love you.
Because the waitress with her fingers cut off, she's like, you can go see the nurse. She'll give you drugs. And she's like, oh, we don't do drugs. And she's like, you will. And they like a captive audience. Literally. The town is like a fly trap. Like anybody who wanders in gets captured. Because she tried to help them escape. She'd written the note to get out while you still can. All the famous musicians during the day, they had jobs in the town. Like Otis Redding was the sheriff, Elvis Presley's the mayor, Janis Joplin's a waitress in the diner. And when you get captured there, you have to work in the town. Yeah, it's a pretty good story. I liked it. With yesterday's zombie story, the little woman was pregnant. I totally would have had the baby try to crawl out of her. I have it hopeful until the end, because she's like, oh, I'm gonna be the new Eve on this island, because they live on an island, right? And a lot of the people who died lost at sea, and so there weren't too many people to worry about in the graveyard, and so they thought they were safe. I think that would have been awesome. Yeah, right? And drugs. So, I'd be fine. I'd want the people I care about around, too. I'm good, Jeanette. I'm good. I'm going to put on my shoes and wear them for a little while and see. I'm just worried that they're not 4E, they're 2E, right? And I've had 2E before, and they're pretty comfortable, but I think one more width wider would be just... But I can't get the pink zing in the 4E. Because this is extra wide women's, but that only equals wide in men's. But if I'm gonna wear them because I barely had them on, I'm gonna wear them for the show and then see if I'm gonna keep them. Hey, Matt.
Peter, hey, we love you.
keep these. These are so comfy. I'm gonna use some Scotch Guard on them. I would be the thinnest I've ever been in my adult life if I weighed 143. I think I got to 155 once.
Peter, hey, Dave, we love you. Peter, hey, Dave, we love you.
Oh, I love these shoes. They feel so good. They feel like they're so light. Dang it to heck.
Peter, hey, Dave, we love you. Peter, hey, Dave, we love you.
They weigh 385 grams. Wait, let's see. This is like 13.4 ounces. Let's see how much. Compare that to. One of their cheaper shoes. They don't even say how much their other shoes weigh. I like my shoes. That's my point. Who cares how much a shoe weighs? When I gain weight, it fucks up my liver. My liver enzymes go out of whack and causes I've got scarring and inflammation in my liver. But when my weight goes down, my liver enzymes go back to normal and got fatty liver disease. Hey. Hangry? What are you gonna eat? Hey, Carl. Just chilling like a villain. It cut out on its own. Maybe I think I was going to read a short story though. It cuts out after half an hour if I don't press any keys on the keyboard. Okay. Thanks, Carl. I appreciate that. Thanks for stopping in. So we're going to read a selection from Nightmares and Dreamscapes by Stephen King. It's a collection of short stories. This one's called Rainy Season. It was 5:30 in the afternoon by the time John and Elise Graham finally found their way into the little village that lay at the center of Willow, Maine, like a fleck of grit at the center of some dubious pearl. The village was less than 5 miles from the Hempstead place, but they took 2 wrong turns on the way. When they finally arrived on Main Street, both of them were hot and out of sorts. The Ford's air conditioner had dropped dead on the trip from St. Louis, and it felt about 110 outside. Of course, it wasn't anything at all like that, John Graham thought. As old-timers said, it wasn't the heat, it was the humidity. He felt that today it would be almost possible to reach out and wring warm dribbles of water from the air itself. The sky overhead was a clear and open blue, but that high humidity made it feel as if it were going to rain any minute. Fuck that. It felt as if it were raining already. There's the market Millie Cousins told us about, Elise said and pointed. John grunted. Doesn't exactly look like the supermarket of the future. No, Elise agreed carefully. They were both being careful. They had been married almost 2 years, and they still loved each other very much, but it had been a long trip across country from St. Louis, especially in a car with a broken radio and air conditioner. John had every hope they would enjoy the summer here in Willow. They ought to, with the University of Missouri picking up the tab, but he thought that it might take as long as a week for them to settle in and settle down. And when the weather turned yellow dog hot like this, an argument could spin itself out of thin air. Neither of them wanted that kind of start to their summer. John drove slowly down Main Street toward the Willow General Mercantile and Hardware. There was a rusty sign with a blue eagle on it hanging from one corner of the porch, and he understood this was also the postal substation. The General Mercantile looked sleepy in the afternoon light, with one single car, a beat-to-shit Volvo, parked beside the sign advertising Italian sandwiches, pizza, groks, fishing licenses. But compared with the rest of the town, it seemed to be all but bursting with life. There was a neon beer sign fizzing away in the window, although it would not be dark for almost 3 hours yet. Pretty radical, John thought. Sure hope the owner cleared that sign with the Board of Selectmen before he put it in. I thought Maine turned into vacation land in the summer, Elise murmured. Judging from what we've seen so far, I think Willow must be a little off the tourist track, he replied. They got out of the car and mounted the porch steps. An elderly man in a straw hat sat in a rocker with a cane seat, looking at them from shrewd little blue eyes. He was fiddling a homemade cigarette together and dribbling little bits of tobacco on the dog which lay crashed out at his feet. It was a big yellow dog of no particular make or model. Its paws lay directly beneath one of the rocker's curved runners. The old man took no notice of the dog, seemed not even to realize it was there, but the runner stopped a quarter of an inch from the vulnerable paws each time the old man rocked forward. Elise found this unaccountably fascinating. Good day to ye, lady and man, the old gentleman said. Hello, Elise answered and offered him a small, tentative smile. Hi, John said. I'm Mr. Graham, the old man finished placidly. Mr. and Mrs. Graham, ones that took the Hempstead place for the summer. Heard he was writing some kind of book on the in-migration of the French during the 17th century, John agreed. Word sure gets around, doesn't it? It do travel, the old party agreed. Small town, don't you know? He stuck the cigarette in his mouth, where it promptly fell apart, sprinkling tobacco all over his legs and the dog's limp hide. The dog didn't stir. Ah, flapdoodle, the old man said, and peeled the uncoiling paper from his lower lip. Wife doesn't want me to smoke none more. Anyway, she says she read it's given her cancer as well as my own self. We came into town to get a few supplies, Elise said. It's a wonderful old house, but the cupboard is bare. Oh, yeah, the old man said. Good to meet you folks. I'm Henry Eden. He hung one bunched hand out in their direction. John shook with him, and Elise followed suit. They both did so with care, and the old man nodded as if to say he appreciated it. I expected you a half an hour ago. Must have taken a wrong turn or two, I guess. Got a lot of roads for such a small town, you know. He laughed. It was a hollow bronchial sound that turned into a phlegmy smoker's cough. Got a power of roads. And Willow, oh yeah, and laughed some more. John was frowning a little. Why would you be expecting us? Lucy Doucette called, said she saw the new folks go by. Eden said. He took out his pouch of top tobacco, opened it, reached inside, and fished out a packet of rolling papers. You don't know Lucy, but she says you know her grandniece, Mrs. This is Millie Cousin's great aunt we're talking about? Ellie asked. Yes, Eden agreed. He began to sprinkle tobacco. Some of it landed on the cigarette paper, but most of it went onto the dog below. Just as John Graham was beginning to wonder if maybe the dog was dead, it lifted its tail and farted. So much for that idea, he thought. Willow, just about everybody's related to everybody else. Lucy lives down at the foot of the hill. I was going to call you myself, but since she said you was coming in anyway. How did you know we'd be coming here? John asked. Henry Eden shrugged, as if to say, where else is there to go? Did you want to talk to us? Elise asked. Well, I kind of have to, Eden said. He sealed his cigarette and stuck it in his mouth. John waited to see if it would fall apart as the other one had. He felt mildly disoriented by all this, as if he had walked unknowingly into some bucolic version of the CIA. The cigarette somehow held together. There was a charred scrap of sandpaper tacked to one of the arms of the rocker. Eden struck the match on it and applied the flame to his cigarette, half of which incinerated on contact. I think you and Mrs. might want to spend tonight out of town, he finally said. John blinked at him. Out of town? Why would we want to do that? We just got here. Good idea, though, mister, a voice said from behind Eden. The Grahams looked around and saw a tall woman with slumped shoulders standing inside the Mercantile's rusty screen door. Her face looked out at them from just above an old tin sign advertising Chesterfield cigarettes. 21 great tobaccos make 20 wonderful smokes. She opened the door and came out on the porch. Her face looked sallow and tired, but not stupid. She had a loaf of bread in one hand and a six-pack of Dawson's ale in the other. I'm Laura Stanton. Hey, we have a Laura Stanton that watches the show. Wonder if there's a Mr. Owen here. She said, "It's very nice to meet you. We don't like to seem unsociable in Willow, but it's the rainy season here tonight." John and Elise exchanged bewildered glances. Elise looked at the sky. Except for a few small fair-weather clouds, it was a lucid, unblemished blue. "I know how it looks," the Stanton woman said, "but that doesn't mean anything, does it?" "Does it, Henry?" "No'm," Eden said. He took one giant drag on his eroded cigarette and then pitched it over the porch rail. "You can feel the humidity in the air," the Stanton woman said. "That's the key, isn't it, Henry?" "Well," Eden allowed. "Oh, yeah. But it is 7 years to the day." "The very day," Laura Stanton agreed. They both looked expectantly at the Grahams. "Pardon me," Elise said at last. "I don't understand any of this. Is this some sort of local joke?" This time Henry Eden and Laura Stanton exchanged the glances, then sighed at exactly the same moment, as if on cue. "I hate this," Laura Stanton said, although whether to the old man or to herself, John Graham had no idea. "Got to be done," Eden replied. She nodded, then sighed. It was the sigh of a woman who has set down a heavy burden and knows she must now pick it up again. "This doesn't come up very often," she said, "because the rainy season only comes in Willow every 7 years. June 17th, Eden put in. "Rainy season every 7 years on June 17th. Never changes, not even in leap year. It's only one night, but rainy season's what it's always been called. Damned if I know why. Do you know why, Laura?" "No," she said, "and I wish you'd stop interrupting, Henry. I think you're getting senile." "Well, pardon me for living. I just fell off the hearse," the old man said, clearly nettled. Elise threw John a glance that was a little frightened. "Are these people having us on?" it asked. "Or are they both crazy?" John didn't know, but he wished heartily they had gone to Augusta for their supplies. They could have gotten a quick supper at one of the clam stands along Route 17. Now listen, the Stanton woman said kindly. "We reserved a room for you at the Wonderview Motel out on the Woolwich Road, if you want it. The place was full, but the manager's my cousin, and he was able to clear one room out for me. You could come back tomorrow and spend the rest of the summer with us. We'd be glad to have you." "If this is a joke, I'm not getting the point," John said. "No, it's not a joke," she said. She glanced at Eden, who gave her a brisk little nod, as if to say, "Go on, don't quit now." The woman looked back at John, and Elise appeared to steel herself and said, "You see, folks, it rains toads here in Willow every 7 years. There, now you know." "Toads?" Elise said in a distant, musing, tell me I'm dreaming all this voice. "Toads, yeah," Henry Eden affirmed cheerfully. John was looking cautiously around for help, if help should be needed, but Main Street was utterly deserted. Not only that he saw, but shuddered. Not a car moved on the road. Not a single pedestrian was visible on either sidewalk. We could be in trouble here, he thought. If these people are as nutty as they sound, we could be in real trouble. He suddenly found himself thinking of Shirley Jackson's short story, The Lottery, for the first time since he'd read it in junior high school. Don't you get the idea that I'm standing here and sounding like a fool because I want to?" Laura Stanton said. "Fact is, I'm just doing my duty. Henry, too, you see. It doesn't just sprinkle toads. It pours." "Come on," John said to Elise, taking her arm above the elbow. He gave them a smile that felt as genuine as a $6 bill. "Nice to meet you, folks." He guided Elise down the porch steps, looking back over his shoulder at the old man and the slump-shouldered, pallid woman 2 or 3 times as he did. It didn't seem like a good idea to turn his back on them completely. The woman took a step toward them, and John almost stumbled and fell off the last step. "It is a little hard to believe," she agreed. "You probably think I'm as nutty as a fruitcake." "Not at all," John said. The large, phony smile on his face now felt as if it were approaching the lobes of his ears. Dear Jesus, why had he ever left St. Louis? He had driven nearly 1,500 miles with a busted radio and air conditioner to meet Farmer Jekyll and Mrs. Hyde. "That's all right, though," Laura Stanton said, and the weird serenity in her face and the voice made him stop by the Italian sandwiches sign. still 6 feet from the ford. Even people who have heard of rains of frogs and toads and birds and such don't have a very clear idea of what happens in Willow every 7 years. Take a little advice, though. If you are going to stay, you'd be well off to stay in the house. You'll most likely be all right in the house. Might want to close your shutters, though, Eden said. The dog lifted his tail and articulated another long and groaning dog fart, as if to emphasize the point. Well, we'll do that, Elise said faintly, and then John had the Ford's passenger door open and was nearly shoveling her inside. You bet, he said through his large frozen grin. And come back and see us tomorrow, Eden called as John hurried around the front of the Ford to his side. You'll feel a mite safer around us tomorrow, I think. He paused, then added, if you're still around at all, of course. John waved, got behind the wheel, and pulled out. There was silence on the porch for a moment as the old man and the woman with the pale, unhealthy skin watched the Ford head back up Main Street. It left at a considerably higher speed than at which it had come. Well, we done it, the old man said contentedly. Yes, she agreed, and I feel like a horse's ass. I always feel like a horse's ass when I see the way they look at us. At me. Well, he said, it's only once every 7 years, and it has to be done just that way because it's part of the ritual, she said glumly. Oh yeah, it's the ritual. As if agreeing it was so. The dog flipped up his tail and farted once more. The woman booted it and then turned to the old man with her hands clamped on her hips. That is the stinkiest mutt in 4 towns, Henry Eden. The dog arose with a grunt and staggered down the porch stairs, pausing only long enough to favor Laura Stanton with a reproachful gaze. He can't help it, Eden said. She sighed, looking up at the road after the Ford. It's too bad, she said. They seem like such nice people. Now, can we help that? Henry Eden said, and began to roll another smoke. So the Grahams ended up eating dinner at a clam stand after all. They found one in the neighboring town of Woolwich, home of the scenic Wonderview Motel. John pointed out to Elise in a vain effort to raise a smile. And sat at a picnic table under an old, overspreading blue spruce. The clam stand was in sharp, almost jarring contrast to the buildings on Willow's Main Street. The parking lot was nearly full. Most of the cars, like theirs, had out-of-state license plates, and yelling kids with ice cream on their faces chased after one another while their parents strolled about, slapped black flies, and waited for their numbers to be announced over the loudspeaker. The stand had a fairly wide menu. In fact, John thought you could have just about anything you wanted as long as it wasn't too big to fit in a deep fat fryer. I don't know if I can spend 2 days in that town, let alone 2 months, Elise said. The bloom is off the rose for this mother's daughter, Johnny. It was a joke, that's all. The kind the natives like to play on the tourists. They just went too far with it. They're probably kicking themselves for that right now. They look serious, she said. How am I supposed to go back there and face that old man after that? I wouldn't worry about it. Judging from his cigarettes, he's reached a stage of life where he's meeting everyone for the first time, even his oldest friends. Elise tried to control the twitching corners of her mouth, then gave up and burst out laughing. You're evil. Honest, maybe, but not evil. I won't say he had Alzheimer's, but he did look as if he might need a road map to find his way to the bathroom. Where do you suppose everyone else was? The town looked totally deserted. Being supper at the Grange or a card party at the Eastern Star, probably, John said, stretching. He peeked into her clam basket. You didn't eat much, love. Love wasn't very hungry. I tell you, it was just a joke, he said, taking her hands. Lighten up. You're really, really sure that's all it was? Really, really. I mean, hey, every 7 years it rains toads in Willow, Maine? It sounds like an outtake from a Stephen Wright monologue. She smiled wanly. It doesn't rain, she said. It pours. They subscribe to the old fisherman's credo, I guess. If you're going to tell one, tell a whopper. When I was a kid at sleepaway camp, it used to be snipe hunts. This really isn't much different, and when you stop to think about it, it really isn't that surprising. What isn't? That people who make most of their yearly income dealing with the summer people should develop a summer camp mentality. That woman didn't act like it was a joke. I tell you the truth, Johnny. She sort of scared me. John Graham's normally pleasant face grew stern and hard. The expression did not look at home on his face, but neither did it look faked or insincere. "I know," he said, picking up the wrappings and napkins and plastic baskets. "And there's going to be an apology made for that. I find foolishness for the sake of foolishness agreeable enough, but when someone scares my wife, hell, they scared me a little, too. I draw the line. Ready to go back? Can you find it again?" He grinned and immediately looked more like himself. "I left a trail of breadcrumbs." "Hi, how wise you are, my darling," she said, and got up. She was smiling again, and John was glad to see it. She drew a deep breath. It did wonders for the front of the blue chambray work shirt she was wearing, and let it out. "The humidity seems to have dropped." "Yeah." John deposited their waste into a trash basket with a left-handed hookshot, and then winked at her. "So much for rainy season." But by the time they turned onto Hempstead Road, the humidity had returned, and with a vengeance. John felt as if his own T-shirt had turned into a clammy mass of cobweb clinging to his chest and back. The sky was now turning a delicate shade of evening primrose. It was still clear, but he felt that if he had a straw, he could have drunk directly from the air. There was only one other house on the road, at the foot of the long hill, with the Hempstead place at the top. As they drove past it, John saw the silhouette of a woman standing motionless at one of the windows and looking out at them. "Well, there's your friend Millie's great-aunt," John said. "She sure was a sport to call the local crazies down at the general store and tell them we were coming. I wonder if they would have dragged out the whoopee cushions and joy buzzers and chattery teeth if we'd stayed a little longer." That dog had his own built-in joy buzzer. John laughed and nodded. 5 minutes later they were turning into their own driveway. It was badly overgrown with weeds and dwarf bushes, and John intended to take care of that little situation before the summer got much older. The Hempstead place itself was a rambling country farmhouse, added to by succeeding generations whenever the need, or maybe just the urge, to do some building happened to strike. A barn stood behind it, connected to the house by 3 rambling zigzag sheds. In this flush of early summer, 2 of the 3 sheds were almost buried in fragrant drifts of honeysuckle. It commanded a gorgeous view of the town, especially on a clear night like this one. John wondered briefly just how it could be so clear when the humidity was so high. Lise joined him in front of the car, and they stood there for a moment, arms around each other's waists, looking at the hills which rolled gently off in the direction of Augusta, losing themselves in the shadows of evening. "It's beautiful," she murmured. "And listen," he said. There was a marshy area of reeds and high grass, 50 yards or so behind the barn, and in a chorus of frogs, and in it a chorus of frogs sang and thumped and snapped their elastics God had for some reason stretched in their throats. "Well," she said, "the frogs were all present and accounted for anyway. No toads, though." He looked up at the clear sky in which Venus had now opened her coldly burning eye. "There they are, Elise, up there, clouds of toads." She giggled. "Tonight, in the small town of Willows," he intoned, "a cold front of toads met a warm front of newts, and the result was—" She elbowed him. "You," she said. "Let's go in." They went in, and did not pass go, and did not collect $200. They went directly to bed. Elise was startled out of a satisfying drowse an hour or so later by a thump on the roof. She got up on her elbows. "What was that, Johnny?" "Huzz," John said, and turned over on his side. Toad, she thought, and giggled, but it was a nervous giggle. She got up and went to the window, and before she looked for anything which might have fallen on the ground, she found herself looking up at the sky. It was still cloudless, and now shot with 1,000,000,000 spangled stars. She looked at them for a moment, hypnotized by their simple, silent beauty. Thud. She jerked back from the window and looked up at the ceiling. Whatever it was, it had hit the roof just overhead. Johnny, wake up!" "Huh? What?" He sat up, his hair all tangled tufts and clock springs. "It started," she said, and giggled shrilly. "The rain of frogs." "Toads," he corrected. "Ellie, what are you talking about?" Thud, thud. He looked around and then swung his feet out of bed. "This is ridiculous," he said softly and angrily. "What do you—" Thud, crash. There was a tinkle of glass downstairs. "Oh, goddamn," he said, getting up and yanking on his blue jeans. "Enough. This is just fucking enough." Several soft thuds hit the side of the house and the roof. She cringed against him. "Frightened now?" "What do you mean?" "I mean that crazy woman in Probably the old man and some of their friends are out there throwing things at the house, he said, and I'm going to put a stop to it right now. Maybe they've held onto the custom of chivalrying the new folks in this little town, but thud, smash from the kitchen. God damn! John yelled and ran out into the hall. Don't leave me! Elise cried and ran after him. He flicked up the hallway light switch before plunging downstairs. Soft thumps and thuds struck the house in an increasing rhythm, and Elise had time to think, how many people from town are out there? How many does it take to do that? And what are they throwing? Rocks wrapped in pillowcases? John reached the foot of the stairs and went into the living room. There was a large window in there which gave on the same view which they had admired earlier. The window was broken. Shards and splinters of glass lay across the rug. He started toward the window, meaning to yell something at them, and about how he was going to get his shotgun. Then he looked at the broken glass again, remembered that his feet were bare, and stopped. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Then he saw a dark shape lying in the broken glass. The rock one of the imbecilic, interbred bastards had used to break the window, he assumed, and saw red. He might have charged the window anyway, bare feet or no bare feet, but just then the rock twitched. That's no rock, he thought. That's a... John? Elise asked. The house rang with the soft thuds now. It was as if they were being bombarded with large, rotten, soft hailstones. John, what is it? A toad, he said stupidly. He was still looking at the twitching shape in the litter of broken glass and spoke more to himself than to his wife. He raised his eyes and looked out the window. What he saw out there struck him mute with horror and incredulity. He could no longer see the hills or the horizon. Hell, he could barely see the barn, and that was less than 40 feet away. The air was stuffed with falling shapes. 3 or more of them came in through the broken window. One landed on the floor not far from its twitching mate. It came down on a sharp sliver of broken glass, and black fluid burst from its body in thick ropes. Elise screamed. The other 2 caught in the curtains, which began to twist and jerk as if in a fitful breeze. One of them managed to disentangle itself. It struck the floor and then hopped toward John. He groped at the wall with a hand which felt as if it were no part of him at all. His finger stumbled across the light switch and flipped it up. The thing hopping across the glass-littered floor toward him was a toad. But it was also not a toad. Its green-black body was too large, too lumpy. Its black and gold eyes bulged like freakish eggs, and bursting from its mouth, unhinging the jaw, was a bouquet of large, needle-sharp teeth. It made a thick, croaking noise and bounded at John as if on springs. Behind it, more toads were falling through the windows. The ones which struck the floor had either died outright or been crippled, but many others, too many others, had used the curtains as a safety net and tumbled to the floor unharmed. Get out of here, John yelled to his wife, and kicked at the toad, which, it was insane, but it was true, was attacking him. It did not flinch back from his foot, but sank, that mouthful full of crooked needles, first over and then into his toes. The pain was immediate, fiery and immense. Without thinking, he made a half-turn and kicked the wall as hard as he could. He felt his toes break, but the toad broke as well, splattering its black bud on the wainscoting in a half-circle, like a fan. His toes had become a crazy road sign, pointing in all directions at once. Elise was standing frozen in the hallway door. She could now hear window glass shattering all over the house. She had put on one of John's T-shirts, and they had finished making after they had finished making love, and now she was clutching the neck of it with both hands. The air was full of ugly croaking sounds. "Get out, Elise!" John screamed. He turned, shaking his bloody foot. The toad which had bitten him was dead, but its huge, improbable teeth were still caught in his flesh like a tangle of fishhooks. This time he kicked at the air like a man punting a football, and the toad finally flew free. The faded living room carpet was now covered with bloated, hopping bodies, and they were all hopping at them. They ran to the doorway. His foot came down on one of the toads, and it burst open. His heel skidded in the cold jelly which popped out of its body, and he almost fell. Elise relinquished her death grip on the neck of her T-shirt and grabbed him. They stumbled into the hall together, and John slammed the door, catching one of the toads in the act of hopping through the door. The door cut it in half. The top half twitched and juddered on the floor, its toothy, black-lipped mouth opening and closing, its black and golden pop eyes goggling at them. Elise clapped her hands to the sides of her face and began to wail hysterically. John reached out to her, She shook her head and cringed away from him, her hair falling over her face. The sound of the toads hitting the roof was bad, but the croakings and chirrupings were worse, because these latter sounds were coming from inside the house and all over the house. He thought of the old man sitting on the porch of the General Mercantile in his rocker, calling after them, "Might want to close your shutters." Christ, why didn't I believe him? And on the heels of that, how was I supposed to believe him? Nothing in my whole life prepared me to believe him. And below, the sounds of toads thudding onto the ground outside, and the toads squashing themselves to guts and goo on the roof, he heard a more ominous sound, the chewing and splintering sound of the toads in the living room starting to bite their way through the door. He could actually see it settling more firmly against its hinges as more and more toads crowded their weight against it. He turned around and saw toads hopping down the main staircase by the dozens. Elise grabbed at her. He kept shrieking and pulling. She kept shrieking and pulling away from him. A sleeve of the t-shirt tore free. He looked at the ragged chunk of cloth in his hand with perfect stupidity for a moment, and then let it flutter down to the floor. "Elise, goddammit!" She shrieked and drew back again. Now the first toads had reached the hall floor and were hopping eagerly toward them. There was a brittle tinkle as the fanlight over the door shattered. A toad whizzed through it, struck the carpet, and lay on its back, mottled pink belly exposed, webbed feet twitching in the air. He grabbed his wife, shook her. "We have to go down to the cellar. We'll be safe in the cellar." "No!" Elise screamed. Her eyes were giant floating zeros as he understood she was not refusing his idea of retreating to the cellar, but refusing everything. There was no time for gentle measures or soothing sounds. He bunched the front of the shirt she was wearing in a fist and yanked her down the hall like a cop dragging a recalcitrant prisoner to a squad car. One of the toads, which had been in the vanguard of those hurrying down the stairs, leaped gigantically and snicked its mouthful of darning needles shut around a chunk of space occupied by Elise's bare heel a second before. Halfway down the hall, she got the idea and began to come with him out of her own accord. They reached the door. John turned the knob and yanked it, but the door wouldn't move. "God damn!" he cried and yanked it again. No good, nothing. "John, hurry!" She looked back over his shoulder and saw toads flooding down the hall toward them, taking huge, crazy springs over each other's back, falling on each other, striking the faded Ramble Rose wallpaper, landing on their backs and being overrun by their mates. They were all teeth and gold-black eyes and heavy, leathery bodies. "John, please!" Then one of them leaped and battened on her left side just above the knee. Elise screamed and seized it, her fingers punching through its skin and into its dark liquid workings. She tore it free, and for a moment, as she raised her arms, the horrid thing was right in front of her eyes, its teeth gnashing like a piece of some small but homicidal factory machine. She threw it as hard as she could. It cartwheeled in the air and then splattered against the wall just opposite the kitchen door. It did not fall, but struck fast in the glue of its own guts. "John! Oh, Jesus, John!" John suddenly realized what he was doing wrong. He reversed the direction of his effort, pushing the door inward instead of pulling it. It flew open, almost spilling him forward and down the stairs, and he wondered briefly if his mother had any kids that lived. He flailed at the railing, caught hold of it, and then Elise almost knocked him down again, bolting past him and down the stairs, screaming like a firebell in the night. "Oh, she's going to fall. She can't help but fall. She's going to fall and break her neck." But somehow she did not. She reached the cellar's earth floor and collapsed in a sobbing heap, clutching at her torn thigh. Toads were leaping and hopping in through the open cellar doorway. John caught his balance, turned, and slammed the door shut. Several of the toads caught on their side of the door, leaped right off the landing and struck the stairs and fell through the space between the risers. Another took an almost vertical leap straight up, and John was suddenly shaken by wild laughter. A sudden bright image of Mr. Toad, of Toad Hall on a pogo stick, instead of in a motor car, had come to him. Still laughing, he balled his right hand into a fist and punched the toad dead center in its pulsing, flabby chest at the top of its leap, while it hung in perfect equilibrium between gravity and its own expended energy. It zoomed off into the shadows, and John heard a soft bonk as it struck the furnace. It scrabbled at the wall in the dark, and its fingers found the raised cylinder, which was the old-fashioned toggle light switch. He flipped it, and that was when Elise began to scream again. The toad had gotten tangled in her hair. It croaked and twisted and turned and bit at her neck. rolling itself into something which resembled a large, misshapen curler. Elise lurched to her feet and ran in a large circle, miraculously avoiding a tumble over the boxes which had been stacked and stored down here. She struck one of the cellar's posts, rebounded, then turned and banged the back of her head twice, briskly against it. There was a thick, gushing sound, a squirt of black fluid, and then the toad fell out of her hair, tumbling down the back of her t-shirt, leaving dribbles of ichor. I had to look up what ichor is. The fluid that flows like blood in the veins of the gods. A watery discharge from a wound. She screamed, and the lunacy in that sound chilled John's blood. He half ran, half stumbled down the cellar stairs and unfolded in her arms. She fought him at first, and then surrendered. Her screams gradually dissolved into steady weeping. Then over the soft thunder of toads striking the house and the grounds, they heard the croaking of toads which had fallen down here. She drew away from him, her eyes shifting wildly from side to side in their shiny white sockets. "Where are they?" she panted. Her voice was harsh, almost a bark. All the screaming she had done. "Where are they, John?" But they didn't have to look. The toads had already seen them and came hopping eagerly toward them. The Grahams retreated, and John saw a rusty shovel leaning against the wall. He grabbed it and beat the toads to death with it as they came. Only one got past him. It leaped from the floor to a box, and from the box it jumped at Elise, catching the cloth of her shirt in its teeth, dangling there between her breasts, legs kicking. "Stand still," John barked at her. He dropped the shovel, took 2 steps forward, grabbed the toad and hauled it off her shirt. He took a chunk of cloth with it. The cotton strip hung from one of its fangs as it twisted and pulsed and wriggled in John's hands. Its hide was warty, dry, but horridly warm and somehow busy. He snapped his hands into fists, popping the toad. Blood and slime squirted out from between his fingers. Less than a dozen of the little monsters had actually made it through the cellar door, and soon they were all dead. John and Elise clung to each other, listening to the steady rain of toads outside. John looked over at the low cellar windows. They were packed and dark, and suddenly he saw the house that it must have looked from the outside, buried in a drift of squirming, lunging, leaping toads. "We've got to block the windows," he said hoarsely. "Their weight is going to break them, and if it happens, they'll pour in." "With what?" Elise asked in her hoarse bark of a voice. "What can we use?" He looked around and saw several sheets of plywood, elderly and dark, leaning against the wall. "Not much, perhaps, but something." "Dad," he said, "help me break it up into smaller pieces." They worked quickly and frantically. There were only 4 windows in the cellar, and their very narrowness had caused the panes to hold longer than the larger windows upstairs had done. They were just finishing the last when they heard the glass of the first shatter behind the plywood, but the plywood held. They staggered into the middle of the cellar again, John limping on his broken foot. From the top of the stairway came the sounds of the toads eating their way through the cellar door. "What do we do if they eat all the way through it?" Elise whispered. "I don't know," he said. And that was when the door of the coal chute, unused for years but still intact, suddenly swung open under the weight of all the toads which had fallen or hopped into it, and hundreds of them poured out in a high-pressure jet. This time Elise could not scream. She had damaged her vocal cords too badly. It did not last long for the Grahams in the cellar after the coal chute door gave away. But until it was over, John Graham screamed quite adequately for the both of them. By midnight, the downpour of toads in Willow had slackened off to a mild, croaking drizzle. At 1:30 in the morning, the last toad fell out of the dark, starry sky, landed on a pine tree near the lake, hopped to the ground, and disappeared into the night. It was over for another 7 years. Around 5:15, the first light began to creep into the sky and over the land. Willow was buried beneath a writhing, hopping, complaining carpet of toads. The buildings on Main Street had lost their angles and corners. Everything was rounded and hunched and twitching. The sign on the highway, which read "Welcome to Willow, Maine," with the friendly place, looked as if someone had put about 30 shotgun shells into it. The holes, of course, had been made by flying toads. The sign in front of the General Mercantile, which advertised Italian sandwiches, pizza, grocs, fishing licenses, had been knocked over. Toads played leapfrog on and around it. There was a small toad convention going on atop each of the gas pumps at Donnie's Sunoco. 2 toads sat upon the slowly swinging iron arm of the weather vane atop the willow stove shop like small misshapen children on a merry-go-round. At the lake, the few floats, which had been put out this early, only the hardiest swimmers dared the waters of Lake Willow before July 4th. However, toads or no toads, were piled high with toads, and the fish were going crazy with so much food, almost within reach. Every now and then there was a blip, blip sound as 1 or 2 of the toads, jostling for place on the float, were knocked off, and some hungry trout or salmon's breakfast was served. The roads in and out of town were a lot. There were a lot of them for such a small town, as Henry Eden had said, were paved with toads. The power was out for the time being. Free-falling toads had broken the power lines in any number of places. Most of the gardens were ruined, but Willow wasn't much of a farming community anyway. Several people kept fairly large dairy herds, but they had all been safely tucked away for the night. Dairy farmers in Willow knew all about rainy season and had no wish to lose their milkers to hordes of leaping carnivorous toads. What in the hell would you tell the insurance company? As the light brightened over the Hempstead place, it revealed the drifts of dead toads on the roof and rain gutters which had been splintered loose by dive-bombing toads. A dooryard that was alive with toads. They hopped in and out of the barn. They stuffed the chimneys. They hopped nonchalantly around the tires of John Graham's Ford and sat in croaking rows on the front seat like a church congregation waiting for the services to start. Heaps of toads, mostly dead, lay in drifts against the building. Some of the drifts were 6 feet deep. At 6:05, the sun cleared the horizon, and its rays struck them. The toads began to melt. Their skins bleached, turned white, and appeared to become transparent. Soon a vapor, which gave off a vaguely swampy smell, began to trail up from the bodies, and little bubbly rivulets of moisture began to course down them. Their eyes fell in or out, or fell out, depending on their positions when the sun hit them. Their skins popped with an audible sound, and for perhaps 10 minutes it sounded as if champagne corks were being drawn all over Willow. They decomposed rapidly after that, melting into puddles of cloudy white schmeg that looked like human semen. This liquid ran down the pitches of Hempstead's place roof in little creeks and dripped from the eaves like pus. The living toads died. The dead ones simply rotted to that white fluid. It bubbled briefly and then sank slowly into the ground. The earth sent up tiny ribbons of steam, and for a little while every field in Willow looked like the site of a dying volcano. By 7:15 it was over, except for the repairs, and the residents were used to them. It seemed a small price to pay for another 7 years of quiet prosperity in this mostly forgotten Maine backwater. At 8:05, Laura Stanton's beat-to-shit Volvo turned into the dooryard of the General Mercantile. When Laura got out, she looked paler and sicker than ever. She was sick, and in fact, she still had the six-pack of Dawson's ale in one hand, but now the bottles were empty. She had a vicious hangover. Henry Eden came out on the porch. His dog walked behind him. "Get that mutt inside, or I'm going to turn right around and go home," Laura said from the foot of the stairs. "He can't help passing gas, Laura." "That doesn't mean I have to be around when he lets rip," Laura said. "I mean it now, Henry. My head hurts like a bastard, and the last thing I need this morning is listen to that dog play Hail Columbia out of its asshole." "Go inside, Toby," Henry said, holding the door open. Toby looked up at him with wet eyes, as if to say, "Do I have to?" Things were getting interesting out here. "Go on now," Henry said. Toby walked back inside, and Henry shut the door. Laura waited until she heard the latch snick shut, and then she mounted the steps. "Your sign fell over," she said, handing him the carton of empties. "I got eyes, woman," Henry said. He was not in the best temper this morning himself. Few people in Willow would be. Sleeping through a rain of toads was a goddamn hard piece of work. Thank God it only came once every 7 years, or a man would be apt to go shit out of his mind. "You should have taken it in," she said. Henry muttered something she didn't quite catch. "What was that?" "I said we should have tried harder," Henry said defiantly. "They was a nice young couple. We should have tried harder." She felt a touch of compassion for the old man in spite of her thudding head, and laid a hand on his arm. "It's the ritual," she said. "Well, sometimes I just feel like saying frig the ritual." "Henry!" She drew her hand back, shocked in spite of herself. But she wasn't getting any younger. She reminded herself the wheels were getting a little rusty upstairs, no doubt. I don't care, he said stubbornly. They seem like real nice young couple. You said so too, and don't try to say you didn't. I did think they were nice, she said. But we can't help that, Henry. Why, you said so yourself just last night. I know, he sighed. We don't make them stay, she said. Just the opposite. We warn them out of town. They decide to stay themselves. They always decide to stay. They make their own decision. That's part of the ritual, too. I know, he repeated. He drew a deep breath and grimaced. I hate the smell afterward. The whole goddamn town smells like clabbered milk. They'll be gone by noon, you know that. Oh, yeah? But I just about hope I'm underground when it comes around again, Laura. And if I ain't, I hope somebody else gets the job of meeting whoever comes just before a rainy season. I like being able to pay my bills when they come due just as well as anybody else. But I tell you, a man gets tired of toads. Even if it is only once every 7 years, a man can get damn tired of toads. A woman too, she said softly. Well, he said, looking around with a sigh, I guess we might try putting some of this damn mess right, don't you? Sure, she said. And you know, Henry, we don't make the ritual. We only follow it. I know, but... And things could change. There's no telling when or why, but they could. This might be the last time we have a rainy season. Or next time no one from out of town might come. Don't say that, he said fiercely. If no one comes, the toads might not go away like they do when the sun hits them. There, you see? She asked. You've come around to my side of it after all. Well, he said, it's a long time, ain't it? 7 years is a long time. Yes. They was a nice couple, weren't they? Yes, she said again. Awful way to go, Henry Eden said with a slight hitch in his voice, and this time she said nothing. After a moment, Henry asked her if she would help him set his sign up again. In spite of her nasty headache, Laura said she would. She didn't like to see Henry so low, especially when he was feeling low over something he could control no more than he could control the tides or the phases of the moon. But the time they'd finished, he seemed to feel a little better. Oh, yeah, he said, 7 years is a hell of a long time. It is, she thought, but it always passes, and rainy season always comes around again, and the outsiders come with it. Always two of them, always a man and a woman, and we always tell them exactly what is going to happen, and they don't believe it, and what happens, happens. Come on, you old crock, she said. Offer me a cup of coffee before my head splits wide open. He offered her a cup, and before they had finished, the sound of hammers and saws had begun in town. Outside the window, they could look down Main Street and see people folding back their shutters, talking and laughing. The air was warm and dry. The sky overhead was a pale and hazy blue, and in Willow, rainy season was over. The end. Oh, thanks, Amy. It's my pleasure. You're kind for listening. So how much wood would a woodchuck chuck? A woodchuck could chuck wood? 42, I think. That was a fun one. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm glad you appreciate it. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
It depends on whether you're talking about African or European wood.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
A woodchuck would chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. But if a woodchuck could chuck woodchucks chucking wood, then a woodchuck could chuck woodchucking woodchucks.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
Please refer to the Woodchuck Getting Started guide.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
It depends on whether you're talking.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
In a study called The Ability of Woodchucks to Chuck Cellulose Fibers, published in the Annals of Improbable Science in 1995, the authors found that woodchucks chew wood at a rate of 361.9237001 cubic centimeters per animals per day.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
It depends on.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
As environmentally responsible creatures, I suspect woodchucks would encourage the recycling of wood over simply chucking it.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
Just because it could doesn't mean that it would.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
It depends on whether you're talking.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
A woodchuck would chuck.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
Please refer to the Woodchuck Getting Started guide.
I think we're done. All right, I think it's time for a dab. How is everyone? People are so quiet. shoot. I have to return these shoes. Dang it to heck. There's like a hole in them right here. I have to return these shoes. Dang it to heck. There's like a hole in them right here. Sons of bitches. Pisses me off. There's this like little tiny hole there. You see that hole right there? That's gonna bother me. These are expensive shoes. I'm not gonna. That hole. That. No, certainly not. It looks what that's what it looks like. Somebody poked a hole, the lace through it. Dang it to heck. Hey, Justin. I mean, it is something you never see, but would you guys return the shoes? When the laces are red and the tongue is. But just knowing it's there bothers me. I guess there's a chance it could spread too, but. Yeah. Ugh. What a pain in the ass. Go with who? Plans for what? I would have seen it if I took the laces out so I could do the Scotch guard. And I had to take the laces completely out. You know, the laces were in just the first hole when the shoes were sent. Oh, annoying. Now I'm thinking I should just return them. Because they are expensive shoes and I was like been feeling guilty about buying them. Go with who? Who are you going with, Eric? No. It's embarrassing. 160. 164 or something. But they're really good shoes. I know, right? They're really worth it. Oh. Sometimes it's worth it to do something for if it's important for somebody else. I've been an atheist since I was 13, but I would go to church with my parents on occasion. They really are worth it. It's like walking on a cloud. Especially if you have wide feet. Because they come in different widths. I wore ill-fitting shoes because Nikes don't come in different shoe size. So no matter how expensive a pair of Nikes I get, it feels like a vice grip on my feet. But I didn't even know because like growing up the Nikes are what I wore and I didn't even know shoes had the potential to come in different widths. And then I tried on a pair of these. Like I've been ever since I was probably 22 years old. First time I tried on a pair of New Balance, and actually a shoe that actually fit my foot. And it was like, oh my God. It was like, I don't know. Been doing it wrong my whole life is a realization. I wonder how many other people are like that just have no clue that they're wearing really ill-fitting shoes. Yeah, I'll exchange them. Like the next version of the shoe is coming out in like this spring, right? For the version 995. The version 994 has been out since 2016. I've never had a pair of version 994, and the version 995 will be out maybe in 2 or 3 years. I'll get another pair. Oh, you have big feet. I wear right. Well, these shoes were a 13 women's, no, 12 women's 2E, which is extra wide in women's, but that's equivalent to a 10 wide in men's. And I would probably go with a 4E if I were to order the shoe in a men's, but they don't offer 4E in women's shoes. They don't offer pink in men's shoes. Yeah, I don't know. What kind of shoes do you wear then, Justin? What shoes do you get? See, you give me a hard time for where I spent less than you. I got them 160, but they cost 180 on New Balance's website. 184. I got them for 164. I like New Balance too because they're made in the USA. They're expensive shoes are, at least. Are you able to get wide on Nike? I didn't think Nike made wide shoes. If you have wide feet, you should get New Balance then, man. You should totally get New Balance. Get a pair of the 990s. You might want to wait till they get the version 995 or the 990 version 5 comes out. Yeah, when I was a kid, and that should have been a clue. Like the side, like the widest part, like the toe bone, like the big toe bone right there. Like the whatever you call it. That's where my shoe would bust out, like right there. It would bust out from the. I always have holes in my shoe right there. Yeah, fuck that, man. You should totally get. If you've never had a pair of 990, get a pair of 13 4E. Yeah. It's true, Justin. Wide stands. No, you'll feel like you're walking on clouds. It changed my life, I swear. Ever since I put on a pair of those, just go to a New Balance store. Just try on a pair of your size shoes. So I'm 40 now. When I was like 22, 21, when I first tried on a pair of New Balance 990 series, and every pair of shoe I bought since then has been a version of 990, of 991s, 993s, 990 version, whatever. I don't know. Just and there's other people that are just obsessed with the shoe because it's like amazing. It's so lightweight. It has to be the 990 though, because I thought, okay, well, all New Balance are going to be this comfortable then, right? And so I got a work shoe. I was a CNA at the time, and I bought a white pair of New Balance because I needed white shoes for the job, and it felt like I had lead weights on my feet, and my feet were really sore afterwards, after work. So I couldn't, those weren't a good option. But the 990s, they're amazing. I'll check it out, man. I don't know. Never seen any option about that. Hey, Raylene. I'm an RN now. When I first started wearing those shoes, though, I was a CNA. I graduated nursing school in 2005, May of 2005. Became a CNA in 1997, right after high school. So I worked for 7 years in nursing homes before I became a nurse. Hey James, good morning. Hello, Raylene. I'm gonna get a drink of water here. Maybe we could read another story. I gotta think of something that can set the TV on. Be cool if I could raise it up to here. Needs to be something pretty sturdy. Yep, still reading Stephen King. We just read one story about a town that rains carnivorous toads every 7 years with big teeth. Oh, that's cool, Eric. What kind of nursing does she do? After I became a nurse, my niece became a nurse, and then my sister became a nurse. My wife's a nurse. That's cool that she's got a job that fits her. It's too bad that she's got that arthritis. That's cool. That sounds like a cool job, Eric. Alright, so the next story is My Pretty Pony. The old man sat in the barn doorway. Let me start over. The story is My Pretty Pony by Stephen King. The old man sat in the barn doorway in the smell of apples, rocking, wanting not to make smoke, not because of the doctor, but because now his heart fluttered all the time. Wanting not to want to smoke, not because of the doctor, but because now his heart fluttered all the time. He watched that stupid son of a bitch, Osgood, do a fast count with his head against the tree, and watched him turn and catch Clivey out and laugh. His mouth opened wide enough so the old man could observe how his teeth were already rotting in his head and imagine how the kid's breath would smell, like the back part of a wet cellar, although the whelp couldn't be more than 11. The old man watched Osgood laugh his gaspy, hee-hawing laugh. The boy laughed so hard he finally had to lean over and put his hands on his knees. So hard the others came out of their hiding places to see what it was. And when they saw, they laughed too. They all stood around in the morning sun and laughed at his grandson, and the old man forgot how much he wanted to smoke. What he wanted now was to see if Clivey would cry. He found he was more curious on this subject than on any other which had engaged his attention over the last several months, including the subject of his own fast approaching death. "Caught, I'm out," the others chanted, laughing. "Caught, I'm out. Caught, I'm out." Clivey only stood there, stolid as a chunk of rock in a farmer's field, waiting for the razzing to be over so the game could go on with him as it, and the embarrassment beginning to be behind him. After a while the game did. Then it was noontime and the other boys went home. The old man watched to see how much lunch Clivey would eat. It turned out to be not much. Clivey just poked at his potatoes, made his corn and peas change places, and fed little scraps of meat to the dog under the table. The old man watched it all, interested, answering when the others talked to him, but not much listening to their mouths or his own. His mind was on the boy. When the pie was done, he wanted what he couldn't have, and so he excused himself to take a nap and paused halfway up the stairs, because now his heart felt like a fan with a playing card caught in it. And he stood there with his head down, wanting to see if this was the final one. There had been 2 before, and when it wasn't, he went on up and took off all but his underdrawers and lay down on the crisp white coverlet. A rectangular label of Sun lay across his scrawny chest. It was cut into 3 sections by dark strokes of shadow that were the window laths. He put his hands behind his head, drowsing and listening. After a while, he thought he heard the boy crying in his own room down the hall, and he thought, "I ought to take care of that." He slept an hour, and when he got up, the woman was asleep beside him in her slip, and so he took his clothes out into the hallway to dress before going down. Clivey was outside, sitting on the steps and throwing a stick for the dog, who fetched with more will than the boy tossed. The dog, he had no name, he was just the dog, seemed puzzled. The old man hailed the boy and told him to walk up to the orchard with him, and so the boy did. The old man's name was George Banning. He was the boy's grandfather, and it was from him that Clive Banning learned the importance of having a pretty pony in your life. You had to have one of those even if you were allergic to horses, because without a pretty pony, you could have 6 clocks in every room and so many watches on each wrist, and you couldn't raise your arms, and you'd still never know what time it was. The instruction, George Banning didn't give advice, only instruction, had taken place on the day Clive got caught out by that idiot Alan Osgood while playing hide-and-seek. By that time, Clive's grandpa seemed older than God, which probably meant about 72. The Banning homestead was in the town of Troy, New York, which in 1961 was just starting to learn how not to be the country. The instruction took place in the West Orchard. His grandfather was standing coatless in a blizzard that was not late snow, but early apple blossoms in a high, warm wind. Grandpa was wearing his biballs with a collared shirt beneath, a shirt that looked as if it had once been green but was now faded to a no-account olive by dozens or hundreds of washings. And beneath that collared shirt was the round top of a cotton undershirt, the kind with straps, of course. In those days, they made the other kind, but a man like Grandpa would be a strap undershirt man to the end. And this shirt was clean, with the color of old ivory instead of original white, because Grandma's motto, often spoken and stitched into living room sampler as well, presumably for those rare times when the woman herself was not there to dispense what wisdom needed dispensing, was this: use it, never lose it. Break it in, wear it out, keep it safe or do without. There were apple blossoms caught in Grandpa's long hair, still only half white, and the boy thought the old man was beautiful in the trees. He had seen Grandpa watching them as they went about their game earlier that day, watching him. Grandpa had been sitting in his rocker at the entrance to the barn. One of the boards squeaked every time Grandpa rocked, and there he sat, a book face down in his lap, his hands folded up atop it. There he sat rocking amid the dim, sweet smells of hay and apples and cider. It was this game that caused his grandpa to offer Clive Banning instruction on the subject of time, and how it was slippery, and how a man had to fight to hold it in his hands, almost all the while. The pony was pretty, but it had a wicked heart. If you didn't keep a close eye on that pretty pony, it would jump the fence and be out of sight, and you'd have to tie your rope bridle and go after it. Take your rope bridle and go after it. A trip that was apt to tire you all the way to your bones, even if it was short. Grandpa began his instruction by saying that Alan Osgood had cheated. He was supposed to hide his eyes against the dead elm by the chopping block for a full minute, which he would time by counting to 60. This would get Clivey, so Grandpa had always called him, and he hadn't minded, although he was thinking he would have to fight any boy or man who called him that once he was past the age of 12, and the others a fair chance to hide. Clivey had still been looking for a place when Alan Osgood got to 60, turned around and caught him out as he was trying to squirm. As a last resort, behind a pile of apple crates stacked haphazardly beside the press shed, where the machine that squeezed the blems into cider bulked in the dimness like an engine of torture. It wasn't fair, Grandpa said. You didn't do no bitching about it, and that was right, because a natural man never does no bitching. We call it bitching because it ain't for men, or even boys smart enough to know better and brave enough to do better. Just the same, it wasn't fair. I can say that now because you didn't say it then. Apple blossoms blowing in the old man's hair, one caught in the dent below his Adam's apple, caught there like a jewel that was pretty simply because some things were and couldn't help it, but was gorgeous because it lacked duration. In a few seconds it would be brushed impatiently away and left on the ground, or it would become perfectly anonymous among its fellows. He told Grandpa that Alden had counted to 60 just as the rules said he must, not knowing why he wanted to argue the side of the boy who had, after all, shamed him by not even having to find him, but simply caught him out. Alden, who sometimes slapped like a girl when he was mad, had needed only turn, see him, then casually put his hand on the dead tree and chant the mystic and unquestioned formula of elimination. I see Clive, my ghoul 1, 2, 3. Maybe he only argued Alden's case so he and Grandpa wouldn't have to go back yet, so he could watch Grandpa's steel hair blow in the blizzard of blossoms, so he could admire that transient jewel caught in the hollow at the base of the old man's throat. Sure he did, Grandpa said. Sure he come to 60. Now look at this, Clivey, and let it mark your mind. There were real pockets in Grandpa's overalls, 5 of them, counting the kangaroo-like pouch in the bib. But beside the hip pockets, there were things that only looked like pockets. They were really slits that made so you could reach through to the pants you were wearing underneath. In those days, the idea of not wearing pants underneath would have seemed scandalous. Would not have seemed scandalous, only laughable. The behavior of someone who was a little soft in the attic. Grandpa was wearing the inevitable pair of blue jeans beneath his overalls. Jew pants, he called them, matter-of-factly, a term that all the farmers Clive knew used. Levi's were either Jew pants or simply Jewsers. He reached through the right-hand slit in his overalls, fumbled at some length in the right-hand pocket of the denim trousers beneath, and at last brought out a tarnished silver pocket watch, which he put in the boy's unprepared hand. The weight of the watch was so sudden, the ticking beneath its metal skin so lively, that he came within an ace of dropping it. He looked at Grandpa, his brown eyes wide. "You ain't gonna drop it," said Grandpa, "and if you did, you probably wouldn't stop it. It's been dropped before, and even stepped on once in some damn beer joint in Utica, and it never stopped yet. And if it did stop, it'd be your loss, not mine, because it's yours now." "What?" He wanted to say he didn't understand, but couldn't finish because he thought he did. "I'm giving it to you," Grandpa said. "Always meant to, but I'll be damned if I'm going to put it in my will. It costs more for the damn law rights than that thing's worth." "Grandpa, Jesus!" Grandpa laughed until he started to cough. He doubled over, coughing and laughing, his face going a plum purple color. Some of Clive's joy and wonder were lost in concern. He remembered his mother telling him again and again on their way up there that he was not to tire Grandpa out, because Grandpa was ill. When Clive had asked him 2 days before cautiously what had made him sick, George Banning had replied with a single mysterious word. It was only on the night after their talk in the orchard, as he was drifting off to sleep with the pocket watch curled warmly in his hand, that Clive realized the word Grandpa had spoken. Ticka referred not to some dangerous poison bug, but to Grandpa's heart. The doctor had made him stop smoking, and said if he had tried anything too strenuous, like shoveling snow or trying to hoe the garden, he would end up playing a harp. The boy knew well enough what that meant. "He ain't gonna drop it, and if he did, he probably wouldn't stop it," Grandpa had said, but the boy was old enough to know that it would stop someday, that people and watches both stop someday. He stood, waiting to see if Grandpa was going to stop, but at last his coughing and laughter eased off, and he stood up, straight again, wiping a runner of snot from his nose with his left hand and then flicking it casually away. "You're a goddamn funny kid, Clivey," he said. "I got 16 grandchildren, and only 2 of them that I think is going to amount to duck shit. And you ain't one of them, although you're the runner-up list. But you're the only one that can make me laugh until my balls ache." "I didn't mean to make your balls ache," Clive said, and that set Grandpa off again, although this time he was able to get his laughter under control before the coughing started. "Loop the chain over your knuckles a time or 2. It'll make you feel easier," Grandpa said. "If you feel easier in your mind, maybe you'll pay attention a little better." He did as Grandpa suggested, and did feel better. He looked at the watch in his palm, mesmerized by the lively feel of its mechanism, by the sun star on its crystal, by the second hand, which turned in its own small circle. But it was still Grandpa's pocket watch. Of this he was quite sure. Then, as he had this thought, an apple blossom went skating across the crystal and was gone. This happened in less than a second, but it changed everything. After the blossom, it was true. It was his watch, forever. Or at least until one of them stopped running and couldn't be fixed, and had to be thrown away. "All right," Grandpa said. "You see the second hand going around all by itself? By its own self?" "Yes." "Good. Keep your eye on it. When it gets to the top, you go holler. You holler go. Let me understand?" He nodded. "Okay, when it gets there, you just let her go, Gallagher." Clive frowned down at the watch with the deep seriousness of a mathematician approaching the conclusion of a crucial equation. He already understood what Grandpa wanted to show him, and he was bright enough to understand that proof was only a formality, but one that must be shown just the same. It was a right, like not being able to leave church until the minister said the benediction, even though all the songs on the board had been sung and the sermon was finally mercifully over. When the second hand stood straight up at 12 on its own separate little dial, "Mine," he marveled. That's my second hand on my watch," he hollered. "Go!" at the top of his lungs. And Grandpa began to count, with the greasy speed of an auctioneer selling dubious goods, trying to get rid of them at top prices. before his hypnotized audience can wake up and realize that it has not just been bilked, but outraged. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, Grandpa chanted, the gnarly blotches on his cheeks and the purple veins on his nose beginning to stand out again in his excitement. He finished in a triumphant, hoarse 59, 60! As he said this at last, the second of the pocket watch was just crossing the 7th dark line, marking 35 seconds. How long? Grandpa asked, panting and rubbing at his chest with his hand. Clive told him, looking at his grandpa with an undisguised admiration. That was fast counting, Grandpa. Grandpa flapped the hand with which he had been rubbing his chest in a get-out gesture, but he smiled. Didn't count half as fast as that Osgood brat, he said. I heard that little sucker counting 27, and the next thing I knew I was up somewhere around 41. Grandpa fixed him with his eyes, a dark, autumnal blue, utterly unlike Clive's Mediterranean brown ones. He put one of his gnarled hands on Clive's shoulder. It was knotted with arthritis, but the boy felt the live strength that still slumbered in there like wires in a machine that's turned off. Remember one thing, Clivey. Time ain't got nothing to do with how fast you can count. Clive nodded slowly. He didn't understand completely, but he thought he felt the shadow of understanding, like the shadow of a cloud passing slowly across a meadow. Grandpa reached into the pouch pocket in his bib of his overalls and brought out a pack of unfiltered Cools. Apparently Grandpa hadn't stopped smoking after all, Dickie hard or not. Still, it seemed to the boy as if maybe Grandpa had cut down drastically, because that pack of Cools looked as if it had done hard traveling. It escaped the fate of most packs, torn open after breakfast and tossed empty into the gutter at 3, a crushed ball. Grandpa rummaged, brought out a cigarette almost as bent as the pack from which it had come, stuck it into the corner of his mouth, replaced the pack in the bib, and brought out a wooden match which he snapped alight with one practiced flick of his old man's thick yellow thumbnail. Clive watched with the fascination of a child who watches a magician produce a fan of cards from an empty hand. The flick of the thumb was always interesting, but the amazing thing was that the match did not go out, in spite of the high wind which steadily combed the hilltop. Grandpa cupped the small flame with an assurance that could afford to be leisurely. He lit his smoke, and then he was actually shaking the match, as if he had negated the wind by simple will. Clive looked closely at the cigarette, and saw no black scorch marks trailing up from the white paper. Trailing up the white paper from the glowing tip. His eyes had not deceived him. Then, Grandpa had taken his light from a straight flame, like a man who takes a light from a candle in a closed room. It was sorcery, pure and simple. Grandpa removed the cigarette from his mouth and put his thumb and forefinger in, looking for a moment like a man who means to whistle for his dog or a taxi. Instead, he brought them out again, wet, and pressed them against the match head. The boy needed no explanation. The only thing Grandpa and his friends out here in the country feared more than sudden freezes was fire. Grandpa dropped the match and ground it under his boot. When he looked up and saw the boy staring at him, he misinterpreted the subject of his fascination. I know I ain't supposed to, he said, and I ain't going to tell you to lie or even ask you to. Now, if Grandma asks you, you right out. Was that old man smoking up there? You go on and tell her I was. I don't need a kid to lie for me. He didn't smile, but his shrewd, side-slanted eyes made Clive feel part of a conspiracy that seemed amiable and sinless. But then, if Grandma asked me outright if you took the Savior's name in vain when I gave you that watch, I'd look her right in the eye and say, "No, ma'am." He said thanks as pretty as could be, and that was all he done. Now Clive was the one to burst out laughing, and the old man grinned, revealing his few remaining teeth. Of course, if she don't ask neither of us nothing, I guess we don't have to volunteer nothing, do we, Clivey? Does that seem fair? Yes, Clive said. He wasn't a good-looking boy, and never became the sort of man women exactly consider handsome. But as he smiled in complete understanding of the old man's rhetorical sleight of hand, he was beautiful, at least for a moment, and Grandpa ruffled his hair. You're a good boy, Clivey. Thank you, sir. His grandfather stood ruminating, his cool burning with unnatural rapidity. The tobacco was dry, and although he puffed seldom, the greedy hilltop wind smoked the cigarette ceaselessly, and Clive thought the old man had had said everything he had to say. He was sorry. He loved to hear Grandpa talk. The things Grandpa said continually amazed him because they almost always made sense. His mother, his father, Grandma, Uncle Don, they all said things he was supposed to take to heart. But they rarely made sense. Handsome is as handsome does, for instance. What did that mean? He had a sister, Patty, who was 6 years older. He understood her, but didn't care because most of what she said out loud was stupid. The rest was communicated in vicious little pinches. The worst of these she called Peter pinches. She told him that if he ever told about the Peter pinches, she'd myrtleize him. Patty was always talking about people she was going to myrtleize. She had a hit list to rival Murder Incorporated. It made you want to laugh until you took a good look at her thin, grim face, that was. When you saw what was really there, you lost your desire to laugh. Clive did, anyway. And you had to be careful of her. She sounded stupid, but was far from it. I don't want dates, she had announced at supper one night long ago, around the time that boys traditionally invited girls to either the spring dance at the country club or to the prom at the high school. In fact, I don't care if I never have a date. And she had looked at them with wide-eyed defiance from her above her plate of steaming meat and vegetables. Clive had looked at the still and somehow spooky face of his sister peering through the steam and remembered something that had happened 2 months before, when there had still been snow on the ground. He'd come along the upstairs hallway in his bare feet, so she hadn't heard him, and he had looked into the bathroom because the door was open. He hadn't had the slightest idea old Pukey Patty was in there. What he saw had frozen him dead in his tracks. If she had turned her head even a little to the left, she would have seen him. She didn't, though. She had been too preoccupied with her inspection of herself. She had been standing there as naked as one of those slinky babes in Foxy Brannigan's well-thumbed model of lights, her bath towel lying puddled around her feet. She was no slinky babe, though. Clive knew it, and she knew it, too, from the look of her. Tears were rolling down her pimply cheeks. They were big tears, and there were a lot of them, but she never made a sound. At last, Clive had regained enough of his sense of self-preservation to tiptoe away, and he had never said a word to anyone about the incident, least of all to Patty herself. He didn't know if she would have been mad about her kid brother seeing her breasts, but he had a good idea about how she'd react to the idea that he had seen her bawling, even that weird boo-hoo, less bawling she had been doing. For that, she would have myrtleized him for sure. I think boys are dumb, and most of them smell like gone-over cottage cheese, she had said on that spring night. She stuck a forkful of roast beef into her mouth. If a boy ever asked me for a date, I'd laugh. You'll change your mind about that, Punkin, Dad said, chewing his roast beef and not looking up from the book beside his plate. Mom had given up trying to get him to stop reading at the table. No, I won't, Patty said, and Clive knew she wouldn't. When Patty said things, she most always meant them. That was something Clive understood about her that his parents didn't. He wasn't sure she meant it, really, about myrtleizing him if he tattled about the Peter pinches, but he wasn't going to take chances. Even if she didn't actually kill him, she would find some spectacular yet untraceable way to hurt him. That was for sure. Besides, sometimes the Peter pinches weren't really pinches at all. They were more like the way Patty sometimes stroked her little half-breed poodle. Brandy and he knew she was doing it because he was bad, but he knew she was doing it because he was bad. But he had a secret he certainly didn't intend to tell her. These other Peter pinches, the stroking ones, actually felt sort of good. When Grandpa opened his mouth, Clive thought he would say, "Time to go back to the house, Clivey." But instead he told the boy, "I'm going to tell you something, if you want to hear it. Won't take long. You want to hear it, Clivey?" "Yes, sir." "You really do, don't you?" Grandpa said in a bemused voice. "Yes, sir. Sometimes I think I ought to steal you from your folks and keep you around forever. Sometimes I think if I had you on hand most of the time, I'd live forever, goddamn bad heart or not." He removed the cool from his mouth, dropped to the ground, and stamped it to the death under one work boot, revolving the heel back and forth, and then covering the butt with the dirt of his heel that had loosened, just to be sure. When he looked up at Clive again, it was with eyes that gleamed. "I stopped giving advice a long time ago," he said. 30 years or more, I guess. I stopped when I noticed only fools gave it, and only fools took it. Instruction. Now, instruction's a different thing. A smart man will give a little from time to time, and a smart man, or boy, will take a little from time to time. Clive said nothing, only looked at his grandfather with close concentration. There are 3 kinds of time, Grandpa said, and while all of them are real, only one is really real. You want to make sure you know them all and can always tell them apart. Do you understand that? No, sir. Grandpa nodded. If you'd have said yes, sir, I would have swatted the seat of your pants and taken you back to the farm. Clive looked down at the smeared results of Grandpa's cigarette, face hot with blush, proud. When a fellow is only a sprat like you, time is long. Take, for instance, when May comes, you think school's never going to let out, that mid-month June will just never come. Ain't that pretty much how it is? Clive thought of that last wait of drowsy, chalk-smelling school days and nodded. And when mid-month June finally does come, and teacher gives you your report card and lets you go free, it seems like school's never going to let back in. Ain't that pretty much right, too? Clive thought of that highway of days and nodded so hard his neck actually popped. Boy, it sure is. Sir. Boy, it sure is. Sir. Those days, all those days stretching away across the plains of June and July and over the unimaginable horizon of August. So many days, so many dawns, so many noon lunches of bologna sandwiches with mustard and raw chopped onion and giant glasses of milk, while his mom sat silently in the living room with her bottomless glass of wine, watching the soap operas on the TV. So many depthless afternoons when sweat grew in the short hedge of your crew cut and then ran down your cheeks. Afternoons when the moment you noticed that your blob of a shadow had grown a boy always came as a surprise. So many endless twilights with the sweat cooling away to nothing but a smell like aftershave on your cheeks and forearms while you played tag or Red Rover or Capture the Flag. Sounds of bike chains, slots clicking neatly into oiled cogs, smells of honeysuckle and cooling asphalt and green leaves and cut grass, sounds of the slap of baseball cards being laid out on some kid's front walk, solemn and portentous trades which changed the faces of both leagues, councils that went on in the slow, shady axial tilt of a July evening until the call of "Clive! Supper!" put an end to that business, and that call was always as expected, and yet as shocking as the noon blob that had, by 3 or so, become a black boy shape, running in the street beside him, and that boy, stapled to his heels, had actually become a man by 5 or so, albeit an extraordinarily skinny one. Velvet evenings of television, the occasional rattle of pages as his father read one book after another. He never tired of them. Words, words, words. His dad never tired of them, and Clive had meant once to ask him how that could be, but lost his nerve. His mother getting up once in a while and going into the kitchen, followed only by his sister's worried, angry eyes and his own simply curious ones. The soft clink as Mom replenished the glass, which was never empty, after 11 in the morning or so, and their father never looking up from his book. Although Clive had an idea he heard it all and knew it all. Although Patty had called him a stupid liar and had given him a Peter pinch that hurt all day long. The one time he had dared to tell her that. The sound of mosquitoes whining against the screens, always so much louder, it seemed, after the sun had gone down. The decree of bedtime, so unfair and unavoidable. All arguments lost before they were begun. His father's brusque kiss, smelling of tobacco. His mother's softer, both sugary and sour with the smell of wine. The sound of his sister telling Mom she ought to go to bed after Dad had gone down to the corner tavern to drink a couple of beers and watch the wrestling matches on television over the bar. His mom telling Patty to mind her own P's and Q's, a conversational pattern that was upsetting in its content, but somehow soothing in its predictability. Fireflies gleaming in the gloom, a car horn distant, as he drifted into sleep's long, dark channel. Then, the next day, which seemed the same, but wasn't. Not quite. Summer. That was summer. And it did not just seem long, it was long. Grandpa watched him closely, seemed to read all this in the boy's brown eyes, to know all the words for all the things. The boy never could have found a way to tell. Things that could not escape him, because his mouth could never articulate the language of his heart. And then Grandpa nodded, as if he wanted to confirm this very idea, and suddenly Clive was terrified that Grandpa would spoil everything by saying something soft and soothing and meaningless. Sure, he would say, I know all about it, Clivey. I was a boy once myself, you know. But he didn't, and Clive understood he had been stupid to fear that possibility even for a moment. Worse, faithless, because this was Grandpa, and Grandpa never talked meaningless shit like other grown-ups so often did. Instead of speaking softly and soothingly, he spoke with the dry finality of a judge pronouncing a harsh sentence for a capital crime. All that changes, he said. Clive looked up at him, a little apprehensive at the idea, but very much liking the wild way the old man's hair blew around his head. He thought Grandpa looked the way the church preacher would if he really knew the truth about God, instead of just guessing. Time does? Are you sure? Yes. When you get to a certain age, right around 14, I think, mostly when the two halves of the human race go on and make the mistake of discovering each other, time starts to be real time. The real time. It ain't long like it was, or short like it gets to be. It does, you know. But for the most of your life, it's mostly the real time. You know what that is, Clivey? No, sir. Then take my instruction. Then take instruction. Real time is your pretty pony. Say it. My pretty pony. Feeling dumb, wondering if Grandpa was having him on for some reason, trying to get your goat, as Uncle Don would have said. Clive said what he wanted to say. He waited for the old man to laugh, to say, Boy, I really got your goat that time, Clivey. But Grandpa only nodded matter-of-factly in a way that took all the dumb out of it. My pretty pony. Those are 3 words you'll never forget if you're as smart as I think you might be. My pretty pony. That's the truth of time. Grandpa took the battered package of cigarettes from his pocket, considered it briefly, then put it back. From the time you're 14 until, I'm going to say until you're 60 or so, most time is my pretty pony time. There's times when it goes back to being long, like when you were a kid, but those ain't good times anymore. You'd give your soul for some my pretty pony time then, let alone short time. If you was tell Grandma what I'm going to tell you now, Clivey, she'd call me a blasphemer, and wouldn't bring me no hot water bottle for a week, maybe 2. Nevertheless, Grandpa's lips twisted into a bitter, unregenerate jag. If I was to tell you that, if I was to tell it to Reverend Chablan, the wife sets such a store by. If I was to tell it to that Reverend Chablan, the wife sets such a store by, he trot out the one about how we see through a glass darkly, or that old chestnut about how God works in mysterious ways, his wonders to perform. But I'll tell you what I think, Clivey. I think God must be one mean old son of a bitch to make the only long times a grown-up has the times when he is hurt bad, like with crushed ribs or stove and guts or something like that. God like that, why? He makes a kid who sticks pins and flies look like a saint, who was so good the birds come and roost all over him. I think about how long them weeks were after that hayrick turned turtle on me, and I wonder why God wanted to make living, thinking creatures in the first place. If he needed something to piss on, why couldn't he have just made him some sumac bushes and left it at that? What about poor old Jimmy Brinkmeyer, who went so slow with the bone cancer last year? Clive hardly heard that last, although he remembered later on the ride back to the city that Johnny Brinkmeyer, who had owned what his mother and father called the grocery store, and what Grandma and Grandpa still both called the mercantile, was the only man Grandpa went to see of an evening, and the only man who came to see Grandpa of an evening. On the long ride back to town, it came to Clive that Johnny Brinkmeyer, who he remembered only vaguely as a man with a very large wart on his forehead and a way of hitching at his crotch as he walked, must have been Grandpa's only real friend. The fact that Grandma tended to turn up her nose that Brinkmeyer's name was mentioned and often complained about the way the man had smelled only reinforced the idea. Such reinflections could not have come now, anyway, because Clive was waiting breathlessly for God to strike Grandpa dead. Surely he would for such a blasphemy. No one could get away with calling God, the Father Almighty, a mean old son of a bitch, or suggest that the being who made the universe was no better than a mean third grader who got his kicks sticking pins into flies. Clive took a nervous step away from the figure in the bib overalls, who had ceased being his grandpa and become instead a lightning rod. Any moment now, a bolt would come out of the blue sky, sizzling his grandpa dead as doggy do, and turning the apple trees into torches that would signal the old man's damnation to all and sundry. The apple blossoms blowing through the air would be turned into something like the bits of char that went floating up from the incinerator in their backyard when his father burned the week's worth of newspapers on late Sunday afternoons. Nothing happened. Clive waited, his dreadful surety eroding, and when a robin twittered cheerily somewhere nearby as if Grandpa had said nothing more awful than kiss my foot, he knew no lightning was going to come, and at the moment of that realization, a small but fundamental change took place in Clive Banning's life. His grandpa's unpunished blasphemy would not make him a criminal or a bad boy, or even such a small thing as a problem child, a phrase that had only recently come into vogue. At the true north, the belief shifted just a little in Clive's mind, and the way he listened to his grandpa changed at once. Before he had listened to the old man, now he had attended him. Times when you're hurt go on forever, seems like, Grandpa was saying. Believe me, Clivey, a week of being hurt makes the best summer vacation you ever had when you was a kid seem like a weekend. Hell, makes it seem like a Saturday morning. When I think of the 7 months Johnny lay there with that thing that was inside him and eating on his guts. Jesus, I ain't got no business talking this way to a kid. Your grandma's right, I got the sense of a chicken. Grandpa brooded down at his shoes for a moment. At last he looked up and shook his head, not darkly, but with brisk, almost humorous dismissiveness. Ain't a bit of that matters. I said I was going to give you instruction. Instead, I stand here howling like a woe dog. You know what a woe dog is, Clivey? The boy shook his head. Never mind. That's for another day. Of course, there'd never been another, because the next time he saw Grandpa was in a box. And Clive supposed that was an important part of the instruction Grandpa had to give that day. The fact that the old man didn't know he was giving it made it no less important. Old men are like old trains in a switching yard, Clivey. Too many damn tracks, so they loop the damn roundhouse 5 times before they ever get in. That's all right, Grandpa. What I mean is that every time I drive for the point, I go someplace else. I know, but those someplace else's are pretty interesting. Grandpa smiled. If you're a bullshit artist, Clivey, you are a damn good one. Clive smiled back, and the darkness of Johnny Brinkmeyer's memory seemed to lift from his grandpa. When he spoke again, his voice was more businesslike. Anyway, never mind that swill. Having a long time in pain is just a little extra the Lord throws in. You know how a man will save up Riley coupons and trade them in for something like a brass barometer to hang in his den, or a new set of steak knives. Clivey? Clive nodded. Well, that's what pain time is like, only it's more of a booby prize than a real one. I guess you'd have to say. Main thing is, when you get old, regular time, my pretty pony time, changes to short time. It's like when you were a kid, only turned around, backwards. Yep, the idea was that the time went fast when you got old. It was beyond the ability of the boy's emotions to grasp, but he was bright enough to admit the concept. He knew that if one end of a seesaw went up, the other had to go down. What Grandpa was talking about, he reasoned, must be the same idea. Balance and counterbalance. All right, it's a point of view. Clive's own father might have said. Grandpa took the packet of cools from the kangaroo pouch again, and this time he carefully extracted a cigarette. Not just the last one in the packet, but the last one the boy would ever see him smoke. The old man crumpled the package and stowed it back in the place from which it had come. He lit this last cigarette as he had the other, with the same effortless ease. He did not ignore the hilltop wind. He seemed somehow to negate it. When does it happen, Grandpa? Can't tell you that, and it don't happen all at once, Grandpa said, wetting the match as he had its predecessor. It kind of creeps up, like a cat stalking a squirrel. Finally, you notice. And when you do notice, it ain't no more fair than the way the Osgood boy counted his numbers was fair. Well, then what happens? How do you notice? Grandpa tapped a roll of ash from his cigarette without taking it from his mouth. He did it with his thumb, knocking on the cigarette the way a man may rap a low knock on a table. The boy never forgot that small sound. You think what you notice first must be different for everyone, the old man said, but for me it started when I was 40-something. I don't know exactly how old I was, but you want to bet I remember where I was. In Davis Drug. You know it? Clive nodded. His father almost always took him and his sister in there for ice cream, sodas, when they were visiting Grandpa and Grandma. His father called them the Manchok-straw triplets because their orders never varied. Their father always had vanilla, Patty chocolate, Clive strawberry, and his father would sit between them and read while they slowly ingested the cold, sweet treats. Patty was right when she had said you could get away with anything when their father was reading, which was most of the time. But when he put his book away and looked around, you wanted to sit up and put on your prettiest manners, or you were apt to get clouted. While I was in there, Grandpa resumed, his eyes far off. While I was in there, Grandpa resumed, his eyes far off, studying a cloud that looked like a soldier blowing on a bugle, moving swiftly across the spring sky. To get some medicine for your grandma's arthritis. It had rained for a week, and it was hurting her like all get out. And all at once I seen a new store display. Would have been hard to miss. Took up most of one whole aisle, it did. There were masks, cut-out decorations of black cats and witches on brooms and things like that. And there were those cardboard pumpkins they used to sell. They came in a bag with an elastic inside. The idea was a kid would punch the pumpkin out of the cardboard and then give his mom an afternoon of peace coloring it in and maybe playing the games on the back. When it was done, you hung it on your door for decoration, or if the kid's family was too poor to buy him a store mask or too dumb to help him make a costume out of what was around the house, why, you could staple that elastic onto the thing and the kid would wear it. Used to be a lot of kids walking around town with paper bags in their hands and those pumpkin masks from Davis Drug on their faces come Halloween night. Clivey, and of course, Halloween night, Clivey, and of course, he had his candy out. Was always that penny candy counter up there by the soda fountain. You know the one I mean? Clive smiled. He knew it all right. But this was different. This was penny candy by the job lot. All that truck, like wax bottles and candy corn and root beer barrels and licorice whips. And I thought that old man Davis, there really was a fellow named Davis who ran the place back then. It was his father that opened her up right around 1910. He had slipped a cog or two. Holy hell, I'm thinking to myself, Frank Davis has got his trick-or-treat out before the goddamn summer's even over. It crossed my mind to go up to the prescription counter where he was and tell him just that. And then a part of me says, whoa, up a second, George. You're the one who slipped a cog or two. And that wasn't so far wrong, Clivey, because it wasn't still summer. I knew it just as well as I know we're standing here. See, that's what I want you to understand, that I knew better. Wasn't I already on the lookout for apple pickers from around town? And hadn't I already put in an order for 500 handbills to get put over the border in Canada? And didn't I already have my eye on this fella named Tim Warburton, who'd come down from Schenectady looking for work? He had a way about him, looked honest, and I thought he'd make a good foreman during picking time. Hadn't I been meaning to ask him the very next day? And didn't he know I was going to ask because he'd let on he'd been getting his hair cut at such and such a place and at such and such a time? I thought to myself, Suds and body, George. Ain't you a little young to be going senile? Yeah, old Frank's got his Halloween candy out. A little early, but summer? That's gone by, me fine bucko. I knew that just fine, but for a second, Clivey, or maybe it was a whole row of seconds, it seemed like summer. Or like it had to be summer, because it was just being summer. Get what I mean? It didn't take me long to get September set down straight again in my head, but until I did, I felt, I felt. He frowned, then reluctantly brought out a word he knew, but would not have used in conversation with another farmer, lest he be accused, if only in the other fellow's mind, of being high-flowing. I felt dismayed. That's the only goddamn way I know how to put it. Dismayed. And that's how it was the first time. He looked at the boy, who only looked back at him, not even nodding. So deep in concentration was he. Grandpa nodded for both of them, and knocked on another roll of ash off his cigarette with the side of his thumb. The boy believed Grandpa was so lost in thought the wind was smoking practically all of this one for him. It was like stepping up to the bathroom mirror, meaning to do more than shave and seeing that first gray in your head. You get that, Clivey? Yes. Okay. And after that first time, it started happening with all the holidays. You would think they were putting that stuff out too early, and sometimes you even say to someone, although you always stayed careful to make it sound like you thought the shopkeepers were greedy, that something was wrong with them, not you. You get that? Yes. Because Grandpa said a greedy shopkeeper was something a man could understand, and something men even admired. Although I was never one of them. So-and-so keeps himself a sharp practice, they'd say, as if sharp practice, like that butcher fellow Radwick, that used to always stick his thumb on the scales when he could get away with it, like that was just a honey of a way to be. I never felt that way, but I could understand it. Saying something that made you sound like you had gone over funny in your head, though, that was a different kettle of beans. So you just say something like, by God, they'll have the tinsel and the angel's hair out before the hay's in the barn next year. And whoever you said it to would say that was nothing but the gospel truth, and it wasn't the gospel truth. And when I hunker right down and study her, Clivey, I know they are putting all those things out pretty near the same time every year. Then something else happened to me. This might have been 5 years later. Might have been 7. I think I must have been right around 50, one side or the other. Anyhow, I got called on jury duty. Damn pain in the ass, but I went. The bailiff sweared me up, asked me if I'd do my duty, so help me God, and said I will. And I said I will, just as if I hadn't spent all my life doing my duty about one thing or another, so help me God. Then he got out his pen and asked me for my address, and I gave it to him, neat as you'd like. Then he asked me how old I was, and he opened my mouth, all primed to say 37. Grandpa threw back his head and laughed at the cloud that looked like a soldier. That cloud, the bugle part now growing as long as a trombone, had gotten itself halfway from one horizon to the other. Why did you want to say that, Grandpa? Clive thought. He had followed everything up to this pretty well, but here was a thicket. I wanted to say it because it was the first thing come into my mind. Hell, anyhow, I knew what was wrong, and so I stopped for a second. I don't think the bailiff or anyone else in the courtroom noticed. It seemed like most of them was either asleep or on the doze. And even if they had been as wide awake as the fellow who just got Widow Brown's broomstick rammed up his buttski, I don't know as anyone would have made anything of it. Wasn't no more than how sometimes a man trying to hit a tricky patch will kinda take a double pump before he swings. But shit, asking a man how damn old he is ain't like throwing no spitball. I felt like an idiot. Seemed like for that 1 second I didn't know how old I was, even if I wasn't 37. Seemed for a second there like it could have been 7 or 17 or 77. Then I got it, and I said I was 48, or 51, or whatever the frig. But to lose track of your age, even for a second, shoo! Grandpa dropped his cigarette, brought his heel down upon it, and began the ritual of first myrtleizing it, and then burying it. But that's just the beginning, Clivey, me son. He went on, and although he spoke only in the Irish vernacular he sometimes affected, the boy thought, I wish I was your son, yours instead of his. After a bit, it lets go of first, hit second, and before you know it, time has got itself into high gear and you're cruising, the way folks do on the turnpike these days. Going so fast their cars blow the leaves right off the trees in their fall. What do you mean? The way the seasons change is the worst, the old man said moodily, as if he hadn't heard the boy. Different seasons stop being different seasons. Seems like mother's got no more got the boots and mittens and scarves down from the attic before it's mud season, and you'd think the man'd be glad to see mud season gone. Shit. I always was. We ain't glad to see it go when it seems like the mud's gone before you done pushed the tractor out of the first jelly pot it got stuck in. Then it seems like you no more clapped your summer straw on for the first band concert of the year when the Poplars start showing their chemises. Dress hanging down from the shoulders, popular in the 1920s. A woman's loose-fitting undergarment or nightdress. A priest's alb or surplice. A smock. Grandpa looked at him then, an eyebrow raised ironically as if expecting the boy to ask him for an explanation. But Clive smiled, delighted by this. He knew what a chemise was, all right, because it was sometimes all that his mother wore until 5 in the afternoon or so, at least when his father was out on the road selling appliances and kitchenware and a little insurance when he could. When his father went out on the road, his mother got down to the serious drinking, and that was drinking sometimes too serious to allow her to get dressed until the sun was getting ready to go down. Then sometimes she went out, leaving him in Patty's care while she went out to visit a sick friend. Once he had said to Patty, "Ma's friends get sick more when Dad's on the road. Did you notice?" And Patty laughed until tears ran down her face and said, "Oh yes, she had noticed. She most certainly had." What Grandpa said reminded him of how once the days finally began to slope down towards school again, the poplars changed somehow. When the wind blew, their undersides turned up exactly the color of his mother's prettiest chemise, silver color, which was as surprisingly sad as it was lovely, color that signified the end of what you had believed must be forever. Then, Grandpa continued, you start to lose track of things in your own mind. Not too much. It ain't being senile. Like old man Hayden down the road, thank God. But it's still a suckeredly thing, the way you lose track. It ain't like forgetting things. That'd be one thing. No, you remember 'em, but you get 'em in the wrong places. Like how I was so sure I broke my arm just after our boy Billy got killed in that road accident in 58. That was a suckeredly thing, too. That's one I couldn't task that Reverend Chad band with. Billy, he was following a gravel truck, doing no more than 20 miles an hour when a chunk of stone, no bigger than a dial of that pocket watch I gave you, fell off the back of the truck, hit the road, bounced up and smashed the windshield of our Ford. Glass went into Billy's eyes, and the doc said if he would have blinked in one of them, or maybe even if he would have been blinded in one of them, or maybe even if both, if he'd lived. But he didn't live. He went off the road and hit an electric pole. He fell down on top of the car, and he got fried just the same as any mad dog killer that ever rolled old Sparky at Sing Sing. And him, the worst thing he ever did in his life, made me plain sick to keep from hoeing beans when we still kept the garden. But I was saying how sure I was I broke my goddamn arm after. I swore up and down I could remember going to his funeral with that arm in the sling. Sarah had to show me the family Bible first, and the insurance papers on my arm second, before I could believe she had it the right way around. It had been 2 whole months before, and by the time we buried Billy away, the sling was off. She called me an old fool, and I felt like putting one up on the side of her head. I was so mad. But I was mad because I was embarrassed. And at least I had the sense to know that and leave her alone. She was only mad because she don't like to think about Bill. He was the apple of her eye, he was. Boy, Clive said, it ain't going soft. It's more like when you go down to New York City and there are these fellas on the street corners with nutshells and a BB under one of them, and they bet you can't tell which nutshell the BB's under, and you're sure you can, but they shuffle them so god darn fast they'll fool you every time. You just lose track. You can't seem to help it. He sighed, looking around as if to remember where exactly it was they were. His face had a momentary look of utter helplessness that disgusted the boy as much as it frightened him. He didn't want to feel that way, but couldn't help it. It was as if Grandpa had pulled open a bandage to show the boy a sore, which was a symptom of something awful, something like leprosy. Something like spring started last week, Grandpa said, but the blossoms will be gone tomorrow if the wind keeps up its head. And damn if it don't look like it's gonna. A man can't keep his train of thought when things go as fast as that. A man can't say, whoa up a minute or two, old hoss, while I get my bearings. There's no one to say it to. It's like being in a cart that's got no driver, if you take my drift. So what do you make of it, Clivey? Well, the boy said, you're right about one thing, Grandpa. It sounds like an idiot of some kind must have made up the whole thing. He didn't mean to be funny, but Grandpa laughed until his face went that alarming shade of purple again, and this time he not only had to lean over and put his hands on his knees of his overalls, but then he had to sling an arm around the boy's neck to keep from falling down. They both would have gone tumbling if Grandpa's coughing and wheezing hadn't eased just at the moment when the boy felt sure the blood must come bursting out of that face, which was swollen purple with hilarity. Ain't you a geezer? Grandpa said, pulling back at last. Ain't you a one? Grandpa, are you all right? Maybe we ought to... Shit, no, I ain't all right. I've had me 2 heart attacks in the last 2 years, and if I live another 2 years, no one will be more surprised than me. But it ain't no news to the human race, boy. All I ever set out to say was that old or young, fast time or slow time, you can walk a straight line if you remember that pony. Because when you count and say my pretty pony between each number, time can't be nothing but time. You do that, I'm telling you, you got that sucker stabled. You can't count all time. That ain't God's plan. I'll go down the Primrose Lane with that little oily-faced pissant Chadband that far, anyway. But you gotta remember that you don't own time. It's time that owns you. It goes along outside you at the same speed every second of every day. It don't care a piss hole in the snow for you. But that don't matter if you got a pretty pony. If you got a pretty pony, Clivey, you got the bastard right where it dingle-dangles. And never mind all the Alden Osgoods in the world. He bent toward Clive Banning. Do you understand that? No, sir. I know you don't. Will you remember it? Yes, sir. Grandpa Banning's eyes studied him with so long the boy became uncomfortable and fidgety. At last he nodded. Yeah, I think you will, goddamn it. Goddamn if I don't. The boy said nothing. In truth, he could think of nothing to say. You've taken instruction, Grandpa said. I didn't take any instruction if I didn't understand, Clive cried in frustrated anger so real and so complete it startled him. I didn't. Fuck understanding, the old man said calmly. He slung his arm around the boy's neck again and drew him close. Drew him close for the last time before Grandpa would find him dead as a stone in bed. Grandma would find him dead as a stone in bed a month later. She woke up and there was Grandpa, and Grandpa's pony had kicked down Grandpa's fences and gone over the hills of the world. Wicked heart, pretty but with a wicked heart. Understanding and instruction are cousins that don't kiss, Grandpa said that day among the apple trees. Then what is instruction? Remembrance, the old man said serenely. Can you remember that pony? Yes, sir. What does it keep? The boy paused. Time, I guess. Good, and what color is it? The boy thought longer. He opened his mind like an iris in the dark. I don't know, he said at last. Me neither, the old man said, releasing him. I don't think it has one. I don't think it matters. What matters is, will you know it? Yes, sir, the boy said at once. A glittering, feverish eye fastened the boy's mind and heart like a staple. How? It'll be pretty, Clive Banning said with absolute certainty. Grandpa smiled. So, he said, Clivey has taken a bit of instruction, and that makes him wiser and me more blessed. Or the other way around. Do you want a slice of peach pie, boy? Yes, sir. And what are we doing up here? Let's go get her. They did. And Clive Banning never forgot the name, which was Time, and the color, which was none, and the look, which was not ugly or beautiful, but only pretty. Nor did he ever forget her nature, which was wicked, or what his grandpa said on the way down. Words almost thrown away, lost in the wind. Having a pony to ride was better than having no pony at all, no matter how the weather of its heart might lie. The end. Hey, Samantha. Hey, Manskiller. Maybe we can play a record. Pass the meat, pass the potatoes.
Apartment E, just across the hall from me. They start talking diet. She says he should try. Then I hear him say, now the tomato, why should I worry? To be thin when I'm doing alright for the shake finance. Pass the corn, pass the tomato, pass the meat, now the rutabaga. I won't diet to get thin when I'm doing alright for the shake finance. Now if I owned a restaurant, I guess it would be swell. For I'd be making money, lots and lots of money, every time I heard him yell. Oh, pass the meat, carrots and the butter, pass the end, spinach and the water. I don't need no cake or sweets as long as I get my bread and meat.
Pass the meat, pass the potatoes. Laura Stanton! You were a character in one of the books. There was a Laura Stanton in the Toad book and Rainy Season.
I won't die to get thin when I'm doing alright for the big one. Now if I owned a restaurant, I guess it would be good. For I'd be making money, lots and lots of money every time I heard you yell. Oh, that's sweet. The carrots and the butter. Would you like a glass of water? I don't need no cake nor sweets as long as I get my bread and pass the bread, pass the meat, pass the corn, pass the beans, pass the peas and the yams and the beets and the fish and the pie and the cake. Oh boy, pass the meat and potatoes.
Yeah, Laura Stanton and the Rainy Season. Dang it, Double Dog, dang it. Let's see. We'll wait till 420. We'll wait till 420. Well, they said a poem in Back to School, Rodney Dangerfield movie. Do not go gentle into that good night. I thought we could read that. By Dylan Thomas. Do not go gentle into that good night. Old age should burn and rave at close of day. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. Though wise men, at their end know dark is right, because their words had forked no lightning they. Do not go gentle into that good night. Good men, the last wave by, crying how bright their frail deeds might have danced in a green bay. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. Wild men, who caught and sang the sun in flight, and learned too late they grieved it on its way. Do not go gentle into that good night. Grave men near death, who see with blinding sight, blind eyes could blaze like meteors and be gay. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. And you, my father, there on the sad height, curse, bless me now with your fierce tears, I pray. Do not go gentle into that good night. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. Hey, Damo. I like that one. I think I'm going to read something by Robert Frost. Stopping by woods on a snowy evening. Whose woods these are, I think I know. His house is in the village, though. He will not see me stopping here. 'Tis to watch his woods fill up with snow. My little horse must think it queer to stop without a farmhouse near. Between the woods and frozen lake, the darkest evening of the year. He gives his harness bells a shake to ask if there is some mistake. The only other sounds the sweep of easy wind and downy flake. The woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep. This is another poem this one's by Emily Dickinson. Because I could not stop for death. Because I could not stop for death, he kindly stopped for me. The carriage held but just ourselves and immortality. We slowly drove. He knew no haste, and I had put away my labor and my leisure too, for his civility. We passed the school where children strove at recess in the ring. We passed the fields of gazing grain. We passed the setting sun. Or rather, he passed us. The dews drew quivering and chill, for only gossamer my gown, my tippet only tow. We paused over a house that seemed a swelling of the ground. The roof was scarcely visible, the cornice in the ground. Since then, 'tis centuries, and yet feels shorter than the day I first surmised the horses' heads were toward eternity. This is by Walt Whitman. O Captain, my Captain. O Captain, my Captain, our fearful trip is done. The ship has weathered every wreck. The prize we sought is won. The port is near. The bells I hear. The people all exulting. While follow eyes the steady keel, the vessel grim and daring. But oh heart, heart, heart! Oh, the bleeding drops of red, where on the deck my captain lies, fallen, cold and dead. O Captain, my Captain, rise up and hear the bells. Rise up, for you the flag is flung, for you the bugle trills. For you bouquets and ribboned wreaths, for you the shores are crowding. For you they call, the swaying mass, their eager faces turning. Here, Captain, dear father, this arm beneath your head. It is some dream that on the deck you've fallen cold and dead. My captain does not answer. His lips are pale and still. My father does not feel my arm. He has no pulse nor will. The ship is anchored safe and sound, its voyage closed and done. From fearful trip, the victor ship comes in with object won. Exult, O shores, and ring, O bells, but I, with mournful tread, walk the deck my captain lies, fallen, cold, and dead. This is She Walks in Beauty by Lord Byron. She walks in beauty like the night of coldest climes and starry skies, and all that's best of dark and bright meet her in aspect and her eyes, thus mellowed to that tender light which heaven to gaudy day denies. One shade the more, one ray the less, had half impaired the nameless grace which waves in every raven tress, or softly lightens o'er her face, where thoughts serenely sweet express how pure, how dear their dwelling place, and on that cheek and o'er that brow, so soft, so calm, yet eloquent, the smiles that win, the tints that glow, but tell of days in goodness spent, a mind at peace with all below, a heart whose love is innocent. A Dream Within a Dream by Edgar Allan Poe. Take this kiss upon the brow, and in parting from you now, thus much let me avow, you are not wrong who deem that my days have been a dream. Yet, if hope has flown away, in a night or in a day, in a vision or in none, is it therefore the less gone? All that we see or seem is but a dream within a dream. I stand amid the roar of a surf-tormented shore, and I hold within my hand grains of the golden sand. How few, yet how they creep through my fingers to the deep, while I weep, while I weep. O God, can I not grasp them with a tighter clasp? O God, can I not save one from the pitiless wave? Is all that we see or seem but a dream within a dream? Oh, I like that one. Baby shoes don't usually get a lot of wear. Baby shoes are just decoration. I like the sands of time, trying to grasp them. Sudash wants to know what the show is about? All right. Hello, Sudash. Sudash, we love you. Sudash, we love you. Sudash, we love you. Sudash Solanki, we love you. Sudash Solanki, we love you. Welcome, Sudash. Any friend of Christina is a friend of mine. Welcome to Jason is a Social Scientist by Mouth Daily. Pill number 837. Oh, nice. From India. Awesome, man. That's pretty cool. Welcome. Thanks for joining us here. So, you were wondering what the show is about? People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication, live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 837 pills, 837 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, boy do she now. Hell, I mean, heck, this show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on the 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with a nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warped nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people, thank you, Eric, I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes, and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Cast Away, a quart of Quantum Leap, and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I Am What I Am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from Transsexual Transylvania. Ha. Come up to the lab, see what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Oh, good. Sudesh is still here. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me. Chill me. Full. Fill me. Creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button. A corny ear of Dumbo. A college try of I Spy. A couple raw strokes of Bob Ross. A spoonful of Mary Poppins and the full Monty Python. Finally lump in Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first and the second coming will always be risen, with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sumptuouses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV for me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. It's 1969. Free love. Woo! It's almost 420. Yay! I'll be right back. Happy 420. Not a musician, no. More like a one-trick pony. Happy 420. Thanks, Suresh. Thank you, Christina.
In just a breathless moment now, the violin will sound. I'll hold you close, and this is how I'll dance you into my heart. I'll dance you up, I'll dance you down, we'll dance the night away. I'll dance you to the end of time and to the brink of day. I'll see you standing there with a star fall in your hair, and I'll ask you if you care. We'll go waltzing with me in the air, and we'll step into a magic spell and leave the earth below. dance you to a fairly well and never let you go. I'll hold you close, and this is how I'll dance you into my heart. I'll dance you up, I'll dance you down, we'll dance the night away. I'll dance you to the end of time and to the brink of day. I'll see you standing there with the star fall in your hair, and I'll ask you if you care. We'll go waltzing with me in the air, and we'll step into a magic spell and leave the earth below. I'll dance you to a fairly well and never let you go. Good night, old friends and new.
All right. Once again, we've come to the anti-climax of the show. Thank you all for being here. All right, 4 hours waited for this non-exciting moment. All right, so you might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support after 837 pills, 837 shows, the number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me their most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, boy does she now, hell I mean heck, this show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcast on record and cylinders played on the 19th century Edison home phonograph along with a nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is in a sense also The Matrix, and in previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity. I think they have an old one, punching a hole through the fourth wall across the multiverse into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber created by me that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mark and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee-Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Castaway, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon, and a Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Pilots of Pee-wee's Players, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye. I'm what I am. A whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab, see what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. temptation to touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me, chill me, fulfill me. Creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo, a college try of I spy, a couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross, a spoonful of Mary Poppins, and the full Monty Python. Finally lumping Rick and Morty with a leader of I Love Lucy in the sky of the sky with diamonds. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. You got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first and the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sumptuouses working the sweatshop. The Twin Towers always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have the MTV, pigs will fly, disco and dance will reign like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it would be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada. And if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. Good night, Scott. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long, and I could fuck you bareback all day long, and you never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now, and it's 1969. Free love! Woo! I love you too, Molly. Good night, Scott. Hey, Christina, what's your favorite version of Alice in Wonderland? Mine is, we watched it one time on the show here, the 1980s live-action version with Scott Baio and maybe. Dang it. I'm probably flirting, if nothing else. All right, pill number 837. It was on every year when I was a kid. We also read the book here too once, the book, Through the Looking Glass. And all right. Lights out. Not Disney. Live action on with like Sammy Davis Jr. and Carol Channing and well, we read it once already. That one is on YouTube, the old 1980s version, the one that was on every year when I was a kid on ABC. All right. So this is the house that Jack built. This is the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the maiden, all forlorn, that milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the man, all tattered and torn, that kissed the maiden, all forlorn, that milked the cow with the crumpled horn, that tossed the dog, that worried the cat, that killed the rat, that ate the malt, that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the priest, all shaven and shorn, that married the man, all tattered and torn, that kissed the maiden, all forlorn, that milked the cow with the crumpled horn, that tossed the dog, that worried the cat, that killed the rat, that ate the malt, that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cock. They crowed in the morning, they woke the priest, all shaven and shorn, that married the man, all tattered and torn, that kissed the maiden, all forlorn, that milked the cow with the crumpled horn, that tossed the dog, that worried the cat, that killed the rat, that ate the malt, that lay in the house of Jack. But this is the farmer that sowed the corn, that fed the cock, that crowed in the morning, that woke the priest, all shaven and shorn, that married the man, all tattered and torn, that kissed the maiden, all forlorn, that milked the cow with the crumpled horn, tossed the dog, that worried the cat, that killed the rat, that ate the malt, that lay in the house that Jack built. Oh, I love you all. Thank you for being here. Come back tomorrow. I'll have more ideas for you. You'll have things you want to talk about, and so will I. Well, at least Sudesh stuck around long enough to... I didn't see what Manskiller said. It didn't show up on the screen. Good night, Eric. Oh, I love you all. I had a good time tonight. When you write, try to write positive, I guess. That's the words of the day. All right, I love you all. Oh, thank you, Eric. Oh, I can't wait to see you tonight. I hope I see you tonight. All right, I love you all. Maybe I'll shower today even. I'll try to maybe do that. All right, I love you all. Good night, everyone. I love you.